All right, so this is the reading of the book that's entitled The USA Government on Trial 2026. And we're going to discuss this is a lawsuit that's on file for a book. Actually, the court has probably dismissed it and expunged it by now. It occurred on, or was initially put on trial, or started at April 13th, I think it was, in 2026, and it is now over. And we're going to discuss whether or not this is the constitutional government that the United States of America is supposed to be. And if it's not, then we need to enforce our law, which is redress of grievances. That is our authority as a nation, the legal right as we the people to take ownership over our government and to make it our own by enforcing the oath of office, which is they will obey the Constitution. They swear to it, but do not, as this trial points out. So we need you to think about what you're doing and think about what this is and think about what your nation is supposed to be, and then decide if, in fact, this is the nation that we own, or it is not. Did we give it away somewhere down the line? So we'll begin with the book, and I'll take a few liberties along the way, and we'll go from there. It depends on your vote. Depends on whether or not you enforce redress of grievances or not on our employees, or if you just give up or want the bribe that they give you. And of course, we all know that you want the bribe, but the end result of that is you give away the nation instead. So anyway, back to reality, and this is the book. So the cover, the back page, the discipline of life is that life is the most important part of love, and love exists as the path to happiness. We owe a duty, therefore we become a participant in that happiness only when we accept the grace of being blessed with truth, the evidence of what we can survive or will cause us to die. So we are at the crossroads of being human, to turn back to life and its proven truths to protect our world, or to continue the descent of our world into chaos by removing the leaders with world law. That's a law that we choose for ourselves. Removing tyranny with limited capitalism, that's a vote on the limits of what wealth or poverty can be, and the demand to be equal accordingly. They don't have a right to take whatever they want. We have a right to limit with liberty what they can do to us. So there we are. So, it is a choice for change. By proving the law, it is absolutely certain, as is liberty to prove, it is our choice that you shall not sacrifice our world or its nature or anything with your religious belief. And that, of course, refers to the university's belief that they can play God. Our world stands on the edge of extinction because of this belief that universities literally do have. They believe they are the superior ones, and as a consequence, they get to do whatever they want to do. And they counterfeit our currency and create debts so that we can pay for what they want to do. And they give you bribes so that you remain silent. And of course, they control the media so it propagates only the university as God. So I've already taken some liberties with this book, but it will calm down after pretty soon. Nonetheless, we the world choose to survive not by your belief, besides, but by our own choice. So by redress, we will decide for ourselves. That's the law. It's the legal authority to claim the democracy is ours. We get to decide. It's ours. It's not theirs, it's ours. They're just former classmates, citizens the same as you and me, and they don't get to decide to sacrifice our life for our world. That's just how it is. They don't have that right. So it's not their decision to make. It's our choice. So this is a lawsuit that requires your decision. You know, the lawsuit is already done. They have warned me, don't come back, or we're going to get mean. So this is it. You get to decide whether or not this is the nation we chose. So redress is the law, the defender of our democracy, and that's the front page, the cover of the front. Or this is, granted by we the people will decide now for ourselves, proving we own this nation. Trial number is 2-26-CB-02110-JEH-RLH. Filing date was April 13, 26 in District Court, Illinois and Urbana, Illinois. Primary cause for trial is this, and you need to understand this part in particular. A nuclear vacuum. There's 130 experiments going on around the world, major experiments, trillions of dollars spent to create the same fire that's on the sun here on this earth. That's what they want to do. That's what they say they're going to do. That's what they intend to do. They spent trillions and millions, big experiments to do that very thing. So the cause of that is a nuclear vacuum. If they ignite it, they will create a nuclear vacuum. And that is the difference between a chemical reaction such as TNT and an atomic reaction such as an atomic nuclear bomb. So science declares it's 4 million times more energy release, or a candle grows 62 miles high. Instead of an inch, 62 miles high instantly. That's the difference in 4 million times more. So here on Earth, once that exists, there's no stopping the reaction. It demands fire shall continue until the fuel, called atoms, everything is made out of atoms, has ended. Or as it goes on later in the trial. So constitutional law is democracy is enforced. That's what constitutional law is about. Democracy is enforced. Versus 130 worldwide experiments to ignite a nuclear fire, the university taught judiciary is a plague of betrayal to this universe or this government on trial. As represented by the U.S. judiciary, they are on trial. Or do they obey the law of our Constitution, which is our government? The Constitution is a contract we make with ourselves, or was made for us, that binds us together with the words of the preamble. And it says, we're doing it for ourselves. We're not doing it for you. We're not doing it to make you rich. You're not going to be able to play God. There's no religion like a university claims evolution is, or any of that. We made the U.S. government for ourselves. It's a democracy we hold dear. And of course we have to prove that against those who want to steal it from us. So it is life or death for our world. It demands our attention. Redress is the legal enforcement of democracy. Or it's First Amendment law of the Constitution, Fifth Amendment article of the Illinois State Constitution. And of course the court was demanded, enforce the law and make these people obey their own constitutional law. And of course the court dismissed the case. And part of their claim was lack of subject matter jurisdiction, wholly insubstantial and frivolous. So that makes it your turn now to decide whether this case or this claim for redress of grievances, state and nation, is just a frivolous example of people out of control, claiming I'm out of control. They can't understand what they're doing. They have no subject matter jurisdiction over people who are trying to ignite sunfire on Earth, which will kill us all if they're proven wrong. And of course their plan is, and this is their only plan, their plan is that the fire 1 million miles long, as they claim it to be on the sun, will just extinguish itself. That's the plan. It will just extinguish itself. So not enough gravity here. That's the plan. So if you want to believe that, okay. And if you don't want to believe that, then we have to stop them. And there are 130 experiments across the world. We have to stop them now because we can't wait and see because ignition means that our choices have ended. So we have the chapters to go here. First, filing court reply. Second, third, filing court order. Plaintiff summary and unused appeal. And its conclusion, and then a blank page at the end. I decided that, can't leave a blank page open. Nonetheless, the inside cover, the simple and plain truth of it is the court is commanded to enforce our constitutional law, as is redress of grievances. It's our law, it's our government, it's our nation. That's the law. They refuse. The reality of ownership, the legal authority demand we want the evidence of your truth to the cost of being wrong, so that we will decide these questions, or this question, for ourselves as a nation, whether or not to allow these experiments to go on. This federal court is then confined by law to enforce over the state of Illinois, having redress as its own constitution, the guarantee of redress for all the citizens of Illinois. The law is then to be forced onto the state to comply with its own guarantee of constitutional government and produce redress of grievances, as is. We are the owners here, and now we will decide for ourselves, for this state, whether or not these experiments can go on, or whether or not we have to stand up as a state and a nation and a world and say no. That's the choice. So the critical question is not why was this simple demand made. It's obvious, but the truth of the court, which is, as history proves, they will deny it, and deny the fact by confirming the lawsuit to just one tiny thing, or confining the lawsuit to just one tiny thing, when in fact it is the attack on our democracy is massive. Our democracy is the Constitution. Failure to obey the Constitution is an attack, a rebellion against our nation, and our anarchy, in fact. So the critical question is, the First Amendment redress of grievances, is it a political expression or a valid we the people are owners here? That's a question you can ask. Is it just political? It's the law. Is it just political? Did they make a law about being political? They did not. So we are the owners here, intent to exercise our own authority. That's what redress means. We have authority as owners here by enforcing the oath of office on our employees. It's called law for a reason. Democracy has only one answer for that. We, the people, own this nation. It is ours. Granting only one answer, the law we enable to protect our society from all intruders, proclaiming numerous demands or beliefs, as is religion, speech, and press, clearly references the employees of government as well. Nobody is granted immunity from a review, especially not our employees. Rather, an investigation is constructed by redress to identify what is true and what is not true, and remove what is belief as best we can. Belief, and not a religious term so much as it is a reality of want. You believe what you want to believe. It's as simple as that. You believe whatever it is you want to believe. And of course that creates the herd itself, and the herd does what it wants to do. And of course then we have all kinds of animals in the herd who want to ensure that they're the zealots, and they're going to enforce what the herd wants to do. So anyway, we go on, particularly when it's critical to our union to know what is the cost of being wrong. And we need to know that if they create or ignite a nuclear fire, which means it's going to burn atoms, or the bond in atoms, our chemical fires burn the bond in molecules, which is the combining of different atoms together to form a more complex structure. But the bond in atom is between the energy that forms the what is atomic energy, which is a proton spin, and the neutron, which contains it it confines it into a space so that it's not influenced by outside forces. It keeps the spin going. So that ultimately grants a courtroom for redress to decide what we do understand and what we don't understand, and what the university has lied to us about. And it's our democracy right to, we will decide now as to all your belief is vanquished. Truth alone must decide. We can't just believe whatever you want to believe. You have to let truth decide what is true as best we can. Today that means they gamble with our world and every life on it. There's no portion or part of life that is exempt from turning our world into a sun. That's just how it is. And of course you may or may not believe that, but if the fuel is atoms, and everything on Earth is atoms, and the entire planet is made out of fuel. Everything, rocks, you, water, everything. It's all made out of atoms. Therefore it's all fuel. And that can result in this Earth becoming a sun. So you can prove it is not so, as simple as that, but it ain't likely that you can prove anything different. So we have a little thing from lasers from Lawrence Livermore Laboratories in San Francisco. Their claim is, so I forgot to pay attention to my little camera here. It only gives me 15 minutes, so some parts may be cut off. Nonetheless, the critical answer is we did not give away our nation or our world. We didn't give that away to our employees. We did not give them the power to kings or queens to subjugate us to their own decisions. We did not remove our own power of attorney to decide the scope or intent of our constitutional contract with ourselves or them. Instead, let's see, come on. So a stupid thing. We gave our employees rules to obey, an oath of allegiance to declare to our Constitution is as written, and laws which they could not deny to us as sacred elements of our own society, as is the First Amendment and more, which does prove there is no sovereign immunity for our employees. That is a lie. There's no hiding place. There's no door behind which they can climb and declare, you can't get us here. There's none of that. It is a usurpation of power from us to themselves. That's all it is. It is there to declare it's an attack, a rebellion against the United States government, which is the Constitution, which does prove the authority of redress law exists to review and decide for ourselves if our employees have obeyed their oath, or force us all down a path from which there is no return to life or even a world, because that's the cost of being wrong with nuclear fire. So then we have some Google references to the different experiments that are going. You'll have to look on site. This lawsuit creates redress. We the people decide now, as is the defender of our lives. Our choice as owners here by demanding an investigation of reality and its consequences, as is no more belief by any party. What you believe is what you believe. It doesn't mean I believe it. Or the other way around. Only evidence conceived by truth, dedicated with value for us all, and designated as our own best method to vote for ourselves. That would decide. To align with the choice which asks the question, what is the price for being wrong in igniting a nuclear fire? And be consistent in our vote with truth as best we know it to be. Nothing presents a greater need for clear truth than universities are playing God with our lives, our nature, our nation, and our world. As is consistent with the First Amendment, our government shall not give away to that religion called a university science. We will decide as a democracy enforced. We are the law, we are the nation, we the people own this place, and we will decide what they can or cannot do. So, crap. As we answer that, we the world or nation will choose our future. Our future. a destiny shaped by trust in the truth, or a destiny called fate, which is the price of consequences we have chosen for life. Whether you want them or not doesn't matter. These are the consequences of being wrong. The believer yells, "You ain't nobody." But life itself remembers only truth matters, not the messenger. I'm not part of it. You are not part of it. You are the decision which is going to grant that our democracy has redress of grievances or does not, by enforcing that. So the critical question is, can we initiate and create redress of grievances for ourselves? And of course we can do it. It's our nation. It's our court. These are our employees. We own the right. We own the debt. We own everything. It's ours. It's not theirs. It's ours. So you look into the past, and the critical answer is the Virginia Bill of Rights, Section 2, that all power is vested in and consequently derived from the people. That magistrates are their trustees and servants and at all times amenable to them, which means they have to answer us. They hide behind immunity instead, which is illegal, which is anarchy. So the critical answer in the Declaration of Independence is that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. We are the governed. It is our government. It is our Constitution. It's our contract. We're the ones who died for it. We're the ones who pay for it. We're the ones who make it real or not real. We enforce it or we do not enforce it. It's our government, not theirs. The critical answer, redress, means we will decide now, not our employees. That's the critical answer. Who decides what is real for our nation? We the people, or our employees? And of course everybody likes to be free and say, "I don't care." But you have to care. Or the liars, the traitors, the thieves, the terrorists, everybody that is involved in organized crime will take over. As they have, unfortunately. So we the people must prove it is all of us united behind our Constitution as a state or nation that demands the law shall be accepted. The vote shall be orchestrated, our vote, not theirs, and the enemy within which stands in our way shall be imprisoned. We are a nation of 350 million citizens who will stand up against us all. Our employees cannot. They're very, very few. If they do not obey our law they swore to uphold, they are criminals and traitors and terrorists. That's the truth of it. Our nation, by democracy, the force of our laws which govern our society, our employees are not government. They're not government. Well, it doesn't matter what they say. They're not government. They are employees. The Constitution is our government. And so the Constitution is the foundation of law. That is what we accept or not accept as our governing force, making the enemy of our society, of our choices, a traitor called the university, because nobody gets to decide anything in this nation unless they have a university diploma. Who among all the people in government don't have a constitutional, don't have a diploma? They all have one, as do the people who instruct them about how to vote and everything else, as do the judiciary, which is taught by the universities and what they will do and what they will not do, and to be completely silent with regard to constitutional law. That's how they get away with it. They just refuse to say anything about the Constitution. You can check all my lawsuits and they refuse to say anything. It's a constitutional question, but the judiciary refuses and never speaks a word about the Constitution. It's just, frivolous or incoherent. And of course that is a betrayal of what our nation was intended to be, what we intend to be. the critical truth of we the people, in order to form this is the preamble. This is the basis of the contract that unites us. So it says, we the people, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States. Well, in the past decades, none of that has been kept. None of it. We are organized, we are run, we are controlled by university decides everything. University decides everything. Everything. As with COVID. Everything. When Nazis appeared. I got you. I'm the law. You are nothing. As is COVID. So, if you want that, certainly coming. Certainly coming. They've been trying to incite civil war by media influences, pushing the black people to fight with the white people and so on and so on. But they haven't quite got there yet. Trying, but they haven't quite got there. So we want to rise up and understand this is not a game. It's not politics. It is the law and the life and the world of our government. It is our duty. I did my part. You have to do yours. So we get to the first filing. So this is the first part. And it begins with James F. Osterberg, James Frank Osterberg, so and so on, so and so on. This is the legal constitutional demand as a legal citizen entitled. I'm entitled to the guarantees of constitutional government, just like you. And the constitutional government of my democracy says there will be redress of grievances. The Constitution will be enforced for the nation, and the Constitution will be enforced on the Constitution of each state will be enforced on that state. They guaranteed to us in the state of Illinois redress of grievances, and that's the law of this state of Illinois. They refuse. So we are confronting terrorism in the United States, the plot and the planning to control and deter the legal right to redress of grievances. It's just one tiny little bitty piece of our constitutional demand, but it is an important piece because it is the constitutional legal authority to make our own decision, to take away the government from our employees as owners here, and to enforce our will, not their will. And of course that means that we have to be very careful about what we do or what we don't do. Because just because you have a voice, just because you have a say, lots of people have made terrible decisions. Religion, for one. Look through the ages and you'll see that religion, I believe this, I believe that, I believe the other thing, doesn't really matter. It matters to how many people die. That's all that matters. So our power of the people by the law of democracy is to rule over and to protect ourselves. That's what we have to do. We have to rule over ourselves by making the law for ourselves. And we have to protect ourselves by understanding what that means. All right, so which means we the people will now decide for ourselves. If the insane, who are gambling with all life on earth, that's the university, and the people who are mutilating our nature and poisoning our earth and trying to ignite atoms on fire and stuff, whether or not they can play God, whether or not we will allow them to play God. My point is no. So we will decide if they get to ignite a nuclear fire. It's like an atomic bomb that will not stop. Just like the sun here on this earth. 130 major experiments going on right now. 90 of them are actually running. And trillions of dollars have been spent. of our money and money around the world. And they have no idea how to control the fire at all. They have none, and it can't be controlled, so that's realistic. They can't control it. They just can't ignite it. They can't control it. So we have to decide whether we're going to stop them or not. They claim they're going to dry every tear. They're going to rule the world. We don't have to change nothing. They're going to create an energy source that will make electricity and not pollute the earth and all kinds of things that they guarantee will happen. But they can't control the fire. A fire that burns your skin 94 million miles away in summer, and without ozone would actually kill all life on Earth because the radiation would be too severe for us to survive. They want to bring that fire here. So the lawsuit that I presented asked, prove the truth. How will the fire be controlled? How will this fire, this nuclear fire they intend to ignite, be controlled? And of course they have no answer to that. They don't want to answer that. They want to just prove, we'll get it done. We'll do it. We'll do it. We can do it. You just believe in us. Well, I don't believe in them, and this is life or death for our entire planet, and of course, igniting the earth into Hades, which means eternal torture, is a big, big deal. They're going to incinerate me. They're going to incinerate you for being wrong. That's the plan. That's the reality of what they're doing. Going to incinerate us if they're wrong. So it matters, even to you. So this is then the demand for redress of grievances. We want to decide for ourselves. You've gone too far. This is just absolutely not acceptable. We're going to decide for ourselves as is the constitutional law. And if not, the critical legal reasoning is by your signature, the judiciary signature, which will be evaluated for treason and its penalty, or the insurgency of university to destroy constitutional law is beyond treason itself, because, the cost of being wrong is we're all dead. Extinction is certain. So that's the price of the lawsuit, being wrong. If you don't want to continue it, if you don't want to acknowledge it, it doesn't matter. Being wrong means you're going to die. If they're wrong, and they have no plan to control the fire, other than, we don't have to control the fire because the fire, it will just control itself. Million-mile-long flame with radiation that will melt you in an instant, going to control itself. Sure. And of course, the experiments like ITER, I-T-E-R, which is in France, I believe, big experiment. And they claim that they're going to use 50 million 50 million watts of electricity, 50 megawatts of electricity to ignite that fire. So 4 million times more than 50 million watts of electricity is a lot of power. Now it just depends on where it ignites first. Of course, Lawrence Livermore Laboratories is trying to ignite it, and that means that San Francisco will be completely incinerated, and the immediate impact will be that the Pacific Ocean will be sucked into that flame by a nuclear vacuum, and it will be a flame that rises up to the moon and no doubt ignites it into a star too. And of course gravity will pull it into the earth, and so the moon will come and crash into the earth and kill us all. That's the price of being wrong. Not to mention that the atmosphere will be ejected. The entire atmosphere of the earth will be ejected in a few days. I don't know exactly how many. Doesn't matter. So it matters to you. It matters to me. And we have to decide if those who are involved in the betrayal of our nation, or even our world, are owed the punishment they deserve for their acts of terrorism. They protect a violence beyond comprehension from its own truth. Is that a world terrorism or not? Because they believe they're going to be saviors of the world. They just believe, and so that's the problem with believers. And all of its religion, the university thinks they're God. The university thinks that they want to be the saviors of the earth, and they want to stop the pollution, and they want to create a fire that will be perfect. But they can't control the fire. They can't control the fire. They want to burn the bond in atoms, like a carefully controlled atomic bomb. Only a fire is not an explosion. A fire is not an explosion, and that means they can't control the fire. You can't control a forest fire. You certainly can't control 4 million times more. 1 million miles long, plain. 4 times the distance between here and the moon. So, knowledge is not terrorism. We're not talking knowledge here. It's not terrorism. This is not, about university deciding, some kind of wise thing. They're not. The decisions are to manipulate whatever knowledge they do have into the destruction of life, or its survival, or its world, or its future, or even its nation, is to play God as devil. Or to respect life and world shall not be gambled with, is not that. We cannot let them be wrong, or we, as well as our world of life, will be extinct. That's the cost of letting them continue with their experiments. Excuse me. So this was filed on April 13th, 2026, and it has its decision later on. So critical to the USA is the truth of our existence. The constitutional preamble is dedicated to what our society demands of this government, as we the people have decided it should be. And every amendment is dedicated to the freedom, the guarantee of rights and liberty that is owed to every member of this society, as best we can. With liberty, yes, we can, to guide our way. By law, none of is more important than the First Amendment of those rights. It is the protection of our lives by giving us the authority to rule over our government as owners. Life does not change. It is what it has always been since the beginning of time. Humanity hasn't changed itself. The same things that were done, thousands of years ago are still being done. So being cursed by the insurgency of university, however, the claim they know better, and have sought to remove all rights and truths and guarantees from us. They are God, as the university says, or as the judiciary says. And so they are rebels of anarchy, instead, have trained the indoctrination of their religion called evolution against life and nature and energy and child and world and resources and habitat and oceans and extinction of species and every form of anarchy possible for them to do. That's what they've done, surrounding us all with threats of extinction, as is the reality of our world, as a nation, as is their result, claiming we will all die anyway. And we will, unless we change. Because of what they have changed. They have made it possible for more people to survive. Can't really argue with that. You want to survive, they want to survive, we want to survive, I want to survive. What's the deal? Can't argue with that. But world population is world population. And we are adding 1 million more people to feed, people who are demanding water and intend to be here for 100 years of their life, 100-year-long lifespan, so to speak. So 1 million more every 4 days. Every 4 days, 1 million more are added to world population. That's 1% rise in population. And some people say it's a little more, and some people say as a world it's a little less, but it's just close enough. So we can't do that anymore. Anyway, so they're trying to get all they can before they die. And the end result of it is they're creating biological weapons to kill us all. Once they have a vaccine for themselves, they can release it and they can survive and we can all die. And that leaves the world open for them. What is, there's no real difference between that and Hitler or any of the other tyrants that have ever been on Earth. This is what they do. So anyway, we the people is the foundation of this nation and its creation of democracy. It guarantees freedom and rights are the foundations of our existence as a society. Now, the university is in charge by their diploma. You cannot be part of the people who make decisions unless you have a diploma. And you can't even tell the people who are in charge of making the decisions unless you have a diploma. And of course, they can't tell you anything unless it comes from the university, which knows everything. And of course, they do not, because they're just former classmates of you. Your former classmates. That's all they are. That's a university hidden under the blanket covering of people, as in World War II, fighting under the term Nazi. Same thing. It's just a different term, or Muslim or Christian or whatever it is. It's just the name of the organization that hides the people who are running it. So anyway, the university in charge is proven by their curse upon our preamble, as is nothing is chosen by us anymore, as has been protected or accepted by our employees of government. Nothing has been protected or accepted as a primary guarantee of our constitutional society. They do, as their cult members of government do, intend to dismantle and deny the very foundation of our government, which is the Constitution of our chosen we the people democracy government. We begin with that preamble again. We the people, in order to form a more perfect union, which is to honor and respect the courage to dismantle power so that democracy exists for all. World law, not leaders, does that. To establish justice is to remove the power of the influence of power decides over us all. Removing power over the courts to be governed by the people themselves does that. In other words, we have to control the courts, not the people in politics, not the leaders. They don't get to control the courts. We get to control the courts. Not through the government that you elect someone to vote for you. You have to vote for yourself. That's the stupidity of this U.S. democracy, is that we vote for someone to vote for us. We don't get a vote that way. When was the last time somebody voted, they can claim anything to get voted, but when they actually get voted in, they don't do anything they say. And that, of course, means that we don't have a democracy. We don't have any say. They have a say because we gave them a say. But that means we don't have a say. So anyway, governed by the people themselves, to ensure domestic tranquility is to give legal voice rights as equals to all. Limited capitalism is fair play. To provide for the common defense is to ensure a healthy life. Every life has a chance and economic purpose. Is to protect currency by tying it directly to a census count, so much per person and no more, so they can't just counterfeit whatever they want to counterfeit, as they have done. To promote general welfare are definitions of justice, which is equal to fair play and stability. Law decides not people or their claims of expertise or religion, but reality. It removes debt creation by our employees. Controlling the currency by constitutional law means we control our own lives, allowing no one to use the inflation of currency as a weapon against us all. A stable currency is a stable life. You cannot destroy me or my work in secret anymore, which is what they have already done. And that protects all forms of business, industry, workers, and society against claimed of government employees. You are not allowed is democracy by we the people. The game is over. Or no more forcing people into bankruptcy to secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves, which means to defend us, never attack. So the university insurgency, which is to remove all the guarantees of this preamble to our Constitution, screaming quietly, we are in charge now. And its amendments has been a constant, they cannot stop us claim by universities, as is to take over our government. It has been under attack by the constant of counterfeiting currency, so they can pay for whatever they want to, without any charge, without any reality attached to it whatsoever. They've chosen not to increase any infrastructure to speak of, no preparing for a future of any kind, and denying reality and its truths by gambling with our world and our nature and our everything. Hardly a thing that we want them to do. Mutilating nature, removing every form of currency known to exist, security known to exist, refusing to pay debts, except unless it's to themselves, cursing healthcare with extortion. It only goes to them. Without a diploma, you don't get to be, in medicine. Inflicting slavery to universities with debt. They don't guarantee you a job. They'd steal our jobs so that they can, get their graduates to pay the debt to the university. It's all a conspiracy to be God and to control all lives on earth. So, they're cursing the world with human experimentation of life. You remember COVID? There's nothing about that. It wasn't experimentation. And the law that they created from COVID meant that they can do anything they want to. They can, give you any kind of shot or any kind of thing they want to experiment with your life or your nature, your genetics, without you even having a consent. That's what COVID did for you. Certainly not a good thing. So, it's certainly not something that we gave our employees the right to do. So universities are claiming superiority over all life, claiming the power to decide we can play God. And claiming expertise is the pride to remove we the people from our government. They removed it by destroying democracy. Our laws, not your rules. The failure is massive. Universities have decided. The pure attack and deliberate intent to deny our First Amendment law of rights and guarantees to every person to own our government is listed in the 4 guarantees of that demand. Our employees shall not dismember or deny these elements of our society. The First Amendment of our Constitution government reads, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people to peacefully assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. That's what the First Amendment says. And the universities have replaced religion and state and nation with evolution, as is their own religion, their own lies of stupidity and ignorance, their own complete failure of reality. Because it has no proof of anything. It accepts no laws of truth, and is built entirely upon the assertion that this looks like that. That's what evolution is. This looks like that. And that is not enough to declare we are right, as all religions do. That is against the law, and their insurgency against this nation has been to indoctrinate every child in the swill and sewage of their delusions. It's their religion, it's not ours. offering instead that evolution is enough to disrespect nature with genetics, mutilation of everything. Universities play God with our world and a survival of a living organism, as did bring to us all our own existence. The claim they will learn, when compared to one severe mistake ends all life on earth, proves the cost of their fantasy is too high and shall not be done. That would be, life talking instead of university is king talking. The claim chaos or time did this has no proof in existence. This pure religion of fools. Evolution has no basis in reality. It is a complete fabrication and is the religion of fools and stupidity. And there is nothing else to be said for it. Dislikes like that is not enough to be evidence. It's not. So the propagation of university expertise has taken away the freedom of speech that is inherent in the public right by using media propagation of their fantasy and delusions to overwrite and deny all forms of no diploma speech. You don't get to say anything, or you don't get to do anything. You get ridiculed by media if you're not got a university diploma. So using gossip and ridicule as a right to control what people believe is true is a religion of superiority consistent with communism. Only the superior ones get to decide. By controlling all conversation through media to and by their own propaganda or propagation of their beliefs, the fantasies and delusions of imagination is what they give us. And while, as in the last 50 years, they have proven to be liars, thieves, cheats, terrorists, and traitors are in charge and destroy the foundations of our democracy by any and all methods, by Nazism, which is, we are the power now, and the delusion of knowledge. We can control sunfire, sure, without evidence of facts or critical to truth, as would be COVID. There is no evidence of COVID other than it's almost certainly a biological weapon that the universities are preparing that got released one way or the other that just didn't quite do the job. But nonetheless, they made trillions of dollars from it and changed the laws and got everything they wanted by releasing a biological weapon against us as a world. And that would, of course, be world terrorism. Nonetheless, they are the rulers here, not our democracy. And of course, in the 24 hours a day that you listen to the hypnosis of media attacks, you can't escape our rule over you, as did result in everything the universities wanted. So the defeat of freedom of the press has become absolute and constructs a clear attack on democracy itself, resulting from the sale of all broadcast media platforms to a tiny few participants who all own the power, that now control the propaganda used to control the entire populace of this USA, by their intent to create even more power for themselves, having reduced the human factor of freedom to believe whatever the media says. You don't have a brain. You know what the media tells you to believe. You don't think for yourself, do you? You believe what that the television tells you. What is, constantly spread throughout society, all around you, that's what you believe. Doesn't matter what truth is. You believe what you're told to believe. So that, now control the propaganda used to control the entire populace is that by their intent to create even more power for themselves, having reduced the human factor of freedom to believe whatever the media says. That's what it is. The owners control the editors, and the universities control their students graduating mice to carry on the claim of university. graduating, you're like, okay, so the university is God. How is that different than Hitler? How is it? Without questioning their cult leaders in any conceivable way, leaders become Hitler, for a simple way of explaining it. Without questioning cult leaders, you don't have any say. Which brings us to the cult of Satan, which is a university, destroyers of the world. How many different things, poison everywhere, global warming everywhere, everything that they do is dedicated to destroying our world. Satan actually is, a religious word, but it means to destroy a living world of creation by fools. And of course, who is a bigger fool than the university? Who wants to claim they can, change life for the better, and they can control sunfire here on Earth, and, do whatever they want to do. Complete delusion. So the call of universities play God over life and nation, as is absolutely evident in every trial presented by me over time to both state and nation. Every level of courtroom, which includes the Supreme Court of both state and nation, removes constitutional law by being taught to remain completely silent and never let the Constitution into the trial. That way they don't have to defend it, or they don't have to obey it if they don't recognize it, thereby functionally protecting only the power and pride of their own insurgency to remove we the people from our government. Never has there been a redress trial in this nation to speak of, because it removes power from our employees and demands we the people will decide now. It enforces an oath, and they don't want that. As is a right and the solution for governing ourselves by the investigation of facts, and then a vote of competence or imprisonment to those who did not do as they swore to do for us, as our own employees who were given the job based upon their oath of office. Well, each of these criminal assaults on our democracy, which guarantee a degrading or dismantling or denial of rights and law used to protect our democracy from being committed to tyranny, are an attack on this USA. A criminal act whose purpose is to create anarchy and rebellion with the deliberate purpose of destroying America by replacing what the university decides. The university removes truth, the university creates debts which cannot be paid, and the university destroys the very foundation upon which this nation and our lives depend. That all has been done by university expertise decides now, while the evidence of their last 50 years of trying to rule proves a list of threats to world survival as governed by the extinction of our lives based upon their own playing God with life and world, as is consistent with the claim of Satan. Satan, of course, means the destroyer of life and world, as is a religious absolute fact. And of course we can prove and point to genetic mutilation of nature by adding chaos to it, as that. The university's decision is that we don't have to worry about genetics, we don't have to worry about nature, because it's all a matter of evolution. It's all chaos. Chaos created it, therefore if we add chaos, it's just going to create something new. So they don't have to worry about anything. And I said, well, what happens if it all goes wrong? And I said, not to worry, not to worry. If everything goes wrong, evolution will just make something new in 1 billion years or so. You're going to destroy all life on Earth, but not to worry, it'll create something new in 1 billion years or so. That's the plan. It's, beyond insane. So anyway, the destruction of all resources is clear. Everything. Nothing is important. To hide the failure of their garbage. Throw it all away. That's the university answer. He attempts to ignite a nuclear fire to prove we can be gods. We can control the sun. How insane is that? and removal of democracy itself to install only the superior ones of universities will decide now. That's all there is to it. They get to decide, and we get to pay the price. That is the destruction of democracy, which rules by we the people will decide for ourselves, as is redress. By the vote of on the evidence now. That's what redress means. We will make our own decision, not you. And the cost of being wrong decides what is true to life or world, and the cost of being wrong proves the delusion and fantasy of universities are without a brain. They're a cult, worshipping Satan, or Antichrist, if you rather. So, to respect life, or living, or values of truth, instead of truth by democracy, our law, is insidious threat of rules created to overturn democracy and its constitution exists. That's how the universities or the judiciary controls people. They make rules. And rules do not govern us all. They govern you or me. And so rules are a very deliberate purpose of tyranny. And, there should be very, very few rules. But there aren't. So the development of fact is no employee has control over the Constitution of this USA or state of Illinois. There are none. The president is not, the person. He's not the government. He doesn't get to decide. And that includes the judiciary, as is plainly portrayed in constitutional law of Article 3. Under the Constitution is what their jurisdiction is. The Constitution is above them. They have to obey the Constitution. That's the foundation of our democracy. The Constitution of our government does have control over each and every employee, as well as the public venue of options to participate in the duty of governing ourselves. We can't just, make a decision based upon what you believe. We have to investigate what is true and make a decision based upon what is true in that regard. There is no future, for instance, without birth control. Children grow; they need more. Even if no person was born in this year, it is still increased. Our need for food will still increase. Our agriculture must be saved from attack. You cannot feed society. You cannot feed the world without agriculture and fishing and so on. And of course these things are being destroyed on purpose by our government, who believes they are superior to any and all things. And of course they're just former classmates, idiots without a regard for anyone but themselves, to their shame. So anyway, the demand is to protect the sanctity of our law, not avoided by claiming immunity, but protect the sanctity of our Constitution by the review of their decisions by we the people as a nation, governed with decisions that do not allow our employees to disobey. They have no right to do that, making the criminal contempt for our Constitution an act of rebellion so destructive that it removes all authority to claim an employee all our own. They think they are the government. They're not. Which means the enemy is here among us, giving commands to use our taxation, to use our nation, to use our securities or military or whatever it is for the purpose of defeating us as a nation. They intend to defeat us. The enemy of our Constitution is the enemy of us all. That is how it is. Refusing to obey constitutional law, as is redress of grievances, we the people decide, identify as traitors are among us. And it has always been so, because there is no redress trial to point to and say, they did obey it there. Or if it has been, it's been a very long time ago. So it is our duty to deny them that authority to refuse us. It's our duty to create a courtroom of our own redress, to judge ourselves, our employees, by the evidence, and to resurrect our democracy, proving we own this nation in fact. The law, called We the People, is in charge of our democracy. So it has been, and so it shall be considered by that law our government. The society we formed with the sacrifice of human lives will not be betrayed any longer, nor will life or world or child, as is the method of universities claiming to be superior to us. Their religious chaos, mayhem of disrespect and desertion of life and world by refusing to care, creating that through media, pointing to a gun is the answer, a gun is the answer. Just take a look at media, a gun is the answer. Creates a duty to us to all to defend ourselves by overriding our government employees with their cult followers who have invaded our nation and our lives and who are deliberately gambling with our own destruction in ways that cannot benefit anyone on earth. Universities claiming we will be God. They believe that. They will be God. They will, control the sun and make new lives by adding chaos to what exists and so on, poisoning everything. Terrorism means to conceive or coerce human decisions by confronting the people with fear. The death of our government, death of our nature, death of our earth, death of our resources, death of water supplies, end of ocean life, death of overpopulation, death by global warming, death by ozone losses, death by war with weapons of mass destruction, end of our democracy, demanding only the university shall decide, end of securities based upon money, business, industry, or all others, as is the cost of universities in charge, are all based upon the fear, as was COVID. You can't be wrong, don't you do it. The curse of university is cultivating fear on this world. The need to hide and run away from the truth by proving the universities can't save us, but they can kill us, creates the need to worship the religion of university power over us. Hide, fear, believe, as is evolution. Claiming fools lie is what they do. And it's cult worshiping those who control you by playing God with their fantasies and delusions in charge. None more so than genetic chaos or trying to ignite a nuclear fire. Trillions already spent. But they cannot control what they describe as a 1,000,000-mile long flame. Same as the sun. They can't do it. Can you believe that? You cannot believe that. You only believe what they tell you. And that makes you a cult member. Because cults are known for being for believers. And believers, of course, don't go by truth. They just believe what they want to believe. That's what a believer is. Truth doesn't matter. You can't tell me nothing. Truth doesn't matter. Evidence doesn't matter. I believe. That's what a believer does. And of course, they're wrong. So, let's see. Terrorism is the unlawful use of violence, as expands the curse of violence by university against our democracy into the criminal contempt of extortion, as is healthcare, the criminal extortion of counterfeiting currency and creating debts to enslave us all, the criminal extortion of COVID initially, and it was $60,000 per 100 million shots each, $60,000 each per 100 million shots of experimental vaccine designed to mutilate your own genetics. No guarantees. But, that's what they did. And that's what your employees of government, they allowed them to do. Didn't charge them. Oh well. So the criminal extortion of university religion, evolution, and the indoctrination of every child, and the criminal dismemberment of all things business or industry we depend upon, the freedom of life for every worker by forcing slavery. There is nothing else for you. You have to do what we say you do, because they control it all. They have combined all of the business and all of the industry into just a few hands so that they can control those hands, and those hands will control you. It's like going to the store with COVID No, you may not buy any food for yourself unless you put on their mask. Where are your papers? You have to have papers. You can't do anything unless you have papers like the Nazis did. That's what tyranny is. Force you into tinier and tinier and tinier spaces so that you have no option but to scream, and that won't do you any good. So the criminal extortion of a university is constant. And we depend upon ending the freedom of life for every worker by forcing slavery. The criminal extortion of ruining, raping, and destruction of every resources, which ends the future for us all. No resource, no life. It's a reality. So, ending the future, the criminal insurgency of universities can take control over nation and state as they surge into every form of politics to decide for us. The criminal rampage of poisoning the water supplies we cannot undo. The criminal destruction of oceans, habitats, extension of species, extinction of species, denial of truth with global warming, to hire liars and propagate with media sold to power our imminent death, not life. The intimidation of media to form all, complete all control over courts, which quietly suppresses all forms of legal protest because they don't recognize So they have complete control over the courts, the universities do, which quietly suppress all forms of legal protest. You can't get through the closed door. Governments which have no basis in reality of facts, they gamble our very world upon delusions and unproven fantasies of fools in university. Depending on the university delusion, the university diploma, it is God, it's God, it's God. Whereas, as in reality, they're just former classmates of our own, and I never met a classmate that was God. Never one. Not even close. But, the denial of cost for being wrong, gambling with existence itself, especially used against the civilians in pursuit of political aims. We are the people who make the decision, not you. And of course, that's okay if they make the decision within constitutional limits and boundaries, but not if they go beyond it. Therefore, they overthrow our democracy, used to play God with life and every child, as is found everywhere universities are, which is the power exists to steal, lie, cheat, betray, terrorize the public, playing God over life and nation and our future, destroying the future itself by destroying the resources that every child needs. No resource, no life. A public denied the reality of fully understanding these are merely former classmates of our own, not God's people filled with mistakes and failures that can now take over our own lives and world to kill us all with weapons of universities cultivating, as with COVID, the means to kill those who are not part of their group. As is so consistent throughout all of history, the genocide of others, not formally tied to us, such as with the diploma. And for that, the reality of it is we are too many people to survive as we are. That means someone has to die, and that's the reality of it. As with robots as well as disease, one tiny computer command and all robots turn into weapons of mass destruction to you. They can kill you with very easily with one command over the internet. Or as with artificial intelligence, one tiny computer command and everything valued can turn into death for life on Earth as it worms into everything, and in particular the military or university control over life, the deliberate and willful intent to destroy the Constitution of this nation, the state of Illinois, by refusing its law, as is the Constitution, foundation of government. Refusing that does not protect this democracy or this state or this nation. So we have to have redress of grievances to return them to truth and reality, rather than whatever the universities want. To know what is or is not true, never to be forced to believe just you. That's called democracy. To destroy the Constitution by silence or any other means, refusing its call for justice and its democracy for we the people, is an act of terrorism, because it goes beyond treason. To attempt the deliberate destruction of an entire nation or state, or as cult worship exists to destroy life and world, and assassinate every child, not only defiance of our government, but the true acts of terrorism unleashed under the disguise hidden by the disgrace of our USA. As universities in charge, no votes are needed. The universities control the politician because they control their diploma. You know, if the universities teach every politician what it is that they believe, what it is they will do, what it is they will say, what it is they will think, and you know, with their enslavement of debt, they can control their lives very well. No vote needed. Readers, however, is the demand for we the people will decide now, as owners of this state or this nation, by our own investigation of the facts, and the cost of being wrong by those who claim they are gods, but are not. But they claim they need no authority to defy the truth of life, as is a miracle. It's evolution. Evolution is a lie. Never proven. It's just a religion. Demanding their religion of evolution is all they need to participate in chaos controls of Earth and all its life, claiming billions of years without the slightest, and I mean slightest, real-world truth. There is no evidence. So we let them question the facts, be addressed as cause enough to declare the law of our land shall be enforced, and created in accordance with the purposes of justice and fair play for all the people to vote. Not to vote for someone, to vote for me. My vote on the law of our lives. When we vote on the law itself, we rule the nation, and we know the law, and we can enforce the law. As is the direction, we are judge over our employees, our government, our nation, our state, our right of law to intervene when we, the people, believe or acknowledge the truth of failure that will kill us all. The tragedy of gambling with our world, the poverty of power overthrowing our democracy, refusing law, and the curse of universities claiming they own the right to claim being God over life, energy, poisons, water, and ended is the apocalypse. You know, pollutions are just plain life ending. That can be hell. Everything cursed by the satanic verses of university as God is let's ignite the sunfire here on earth. Just the radiation all by itself is enough to kill everything. And of course, to be wrong, even if it kills every living thing on earth, including our world, means they're willing to die for university delusions. That's what your belief in universities is. You're willing to die for their delusions, their fantasies, their claim of, let's mutilate nature. Let's mutilate everything. Let's mutilate you. Let's destroy. Let's ignite sunfire on earth. Let's just, play God. They're not God. Denying ourselves the democracy required to intervene by investigation of that truth. It's called redress, as is proven in every trial provided against state and nation by me, denying the right of evidence as with COVID, and its blatant curse by universities upon this world, by creating that disease, and denying the overthrow of capitalism, which protects the resources with counterfeiting of our currency, but they get to have all the money. We get a few dollars for a bribe, they get $10,000 to do whatever they want to. And it is the future that pays, because with all that claim of money that doesn't exist in reality, they destroy every resource and make garbage mountains rise up. So claims of authority to destroy our finite worth are real. Thereby, the future of this nation, every child, has already ended, or we'll have to change it. And assassination of every child means there are no resources left for you to use. Nothing. The earth is, done. It's a finite planet. It's small compared to the amount of people that are on it today. By counterfeiting currency to over $700 trillion, that's in this nation, U.S. currency to over $700 trillion. It's $14 trillion per each and every one of the last 50 years rise in inflation. By counterfeiting that, they get to do whatever they want to. Every little amusement, every little imagination, every little thing that the university wanted has been done, and we get to pay, and our world gets to pay. And there will be no resources left, and $700 trillion is $2 million per citizen, per human face, per citizen in this nation. $2 million of currency averaged out between us. So if you don't have $2 million of currency, you are not equal with the rest. Where is your $2 million or mine? It's not here. So, that's what we fight against. And of course, if you have the counterfeiting machine, you can pay for any property that you want. Just call up your buddy over there at the government and have him ship me some more through the bank. Organized crime is organized crime. It's been with us forever. And of course, then there's $100 trillion worth of debts plus overspent. Taxation wouldn't pay for it, so they just created debts to pay for it. And of course, debts mean that we're supposed to pay for it. And of course, we cannot pay that. We cannot pay any of that. So refusing the reality of overpopulation is the end of life on Earth too. As we all eat living life, we become cannibals then. If there's nothing to eat, it's a case of die or eat each other. That's the only thing left. So refusing world law decides instead of leaders is a really, really big deal. Thereby the law is used to remove weapons of mass destruction. If we change it to world law, we the people, we the world decide what the law is going to be and enforce that with international policing. Then we can, maybe avoid hell. Because hell is, of course, nothing matters anymore. There is no future. It's all done. We're just going to die. Nothing is left. So refusing that truth, universities are not capable of genetic change. One mistake and life is over is, as we know it, they're just mutilating, they're adding chaos to all of nature, waiting for it to fail. Waiting for it to fail. They don't want life to succeed, they want life to fail, because like destroying a bridge, they build a bridge and then they destroy it, because then they see where the weak points are and then they figure out how to make it stronger. So they want life to destroy itself so that they can, then rebuild what they have learned. Of course, that doesn't mean that they can rebuild life. It just means they can destroy life, because it's far more complex than what they know. So the lies of failure, as are, the end result of evolution, the religion of universities overthrowing life by claiming chaos did it, so they can be allowed to kill life by adding chaos to it. It's religion. It's the religion of evolution which denies that life has a right to live. They want chaos to do it. So by the indoctrination of their religion in every child is taught evolution is real and evolution is a lie. But by indoctrinating every child into their religion, they remove the complaint that you can't do this. How strong is that? How weak is that? So, we will start here again with a return to why this is important to you and what it is that we're actually doing. The purpose of this, although the book is that the USA Government on Trial 2026, that's the book, is an accurate form of what was filed with the court and the response. This is my version of what you need to know in addition to what was actually done for a court. So the point being that this is our democracy. It's not their democracy. It's our decision to fight for our democracy as a united people, or not, and let them have it. Just surrendering and saying, "Oh, the Constitution knows," or not the Constitution, but the university knows that they have taken over control of everything. And that includes media, which is, focuses all their attention on, what does the university say? What is the university's opinion? What is the university's theory? What is the university? Anything. It doesn't matter what it is, it's what does the university say? And that, of course, creates the illusion that the university is correct, or the university is God. And what we are primarily discussing in this particular application of law is the fact that the university is risking our lives and our world, our nature, our everything, to play games, to declare themselves as God, and they can do it all. They don't need our opinion, they don't need our direction, they don't need our anything. They are in charge, they are God. And the court says that subject matter jurisdiction is not allowed to them over the universities. The university has its final say. The university tells them what it is that they will think. The university tells them everything they need to know, and there is nothing that they know that the university doesn't say. So they can't make a decision on university because it's not allowed. They are God. University is God, and nobody is allowed to discuss that. Nobody is allowed to make them prove anything. Nobody is allowed to alter the idea that the university is God, even though they are just former classmates of our own. And I don't know about you, but I never found a single classmate that could declare themselves to be God. There was none. Absolutely none. Excuse me. So we return back to this particular document. All right, so the question of facts to be addressed is cause enough to declare the law of our land shall be enforced and created in accordance with the purpose of justice and fair play. And that doesn't go at all well with the university knows everything. They are not the law of our land. They don't describe what is justice and fair play. They're the greediest, selfish, most pandemic disease of in all of human history. They are the people who are injecting chaos into all of nature. They're trying to ignite atoms on fire, which means this whole planet is made out of fuel then, and we will burn just like the sun. They're poisoning all the water supplies and declaring that global warming is nothing to be concerned with, and all of the things that they do that are absolutely in contrast with saving the earth. They're not saving the earth, they are destroying the earth and all its life. And of course, interest in that whole pursuit of justice is that they don't know what, they cannot describe what the sun is. They can't see within a 1,000,000-mile long flame. They can't know what is in the sun. There's just a theory. It's just their imagination. It's just their fantasy and delusions. And they want to create all the experiments that they have created because they control the government. And so the government gives them money to do whatever they want to. And of course the government is controlled by the university diploma. And so they get whatever they want. And they do whatever they want. And they have 130 miscellaneous major experiments going on around the world are being built because they get money for that. That's their job. They get money for that. That's their job. They don't want to lose their job. Even though in 2012 at Lawrence Livermore Laboratory they proved that fusion was a lie. They proved that they could not do it, not with 180 million degrees of heat by their claim, or 500,000 psi of pressure by their claim. They couldn't force hydrogen into helium. And that's, of course, a complete lie in its own self, because that doesn't exist. That's not how atoms are formed. And they don't know how atoms are formed. And they lie and cheat and steal and do everything they can to play God with our lives and our world, with the end result being that we have no life to live, because they destroyed it all. So we return to all the people get to vote. That's what our democracy is about. We the people get to vote on what it is that we are allowing or not allowing in our society to be. And that is not a vote for someone to vote for me, as is the constant of this day, which is why it gets so completely destroyed. And democracy no longer really exists to any degree. But my vote on the law of our lives, myself, just like yourself, when we vote on the law itself, we rule the nation for ourselves. We know the law, therefore we can enforce the law, therefore we don't need any lawyers, and we don't need the judge to tell us what it is that we don't know. We can know what the law is if we vote and declare the law for ourselves. That's not a game. It's not a we'll get whatever you want, as is the constant of university control. They give you whatever it is you want that they can, and if they can't give it to you, they lie and cheat and steal and claim to give it to you, even though they don't. So the end result of it is that we have to make decisions for ourselves. And I'm getting a little bit off the track here. The choice on this particular book or this particular lawsuit or this particular saying is that the law of our land is redress of grievances. Or we ourselves, we the people, get to decide for ourselves. Now, this is our nation. We get to decide for ourselves. If our employees are completely out of line, we get to investigate them, prove what is or is not true. Nobody gets to believe what they want to believe. We get to prove what it is that we can prove without the university tainting all the evidence. We get to prove it by the reality of our lives, not by the fake news, not by the foreign languages or math or anything else that they put in front of us to create the delusion that they're providing some sort of evidence. They're not. It has to be evidence that we can actually see for ourselves. It has to be words that we can actually see for ourselves. It has to be math that we can actually do for ourselves. All of it for ourselves. So that's what redress really is. And it is the law of both this nation and the state of Illinois. And they are required to enforce that. The judiciary is required to enforce that. That's not whether or not, it's not asking the judiciary to make a decision on university anything. It has nothing to do with them. So the subject matter that is at hand in this particular trial is, will you obey the law? The law says there's redress of grievances. Will you enforce that on the state of Illinois? And the court said, no. No, we won't. No, because the government is run by those who are in power. And those who are in power create the money that they want by counterfeiting all the currency or creating debts that they expect us to pay. They create, a debt that we have to then pay for. And they take all the money. It's like the billion-dollar plane. The military has lots of billion-dollar planes. A million of us owe $1,000 each to buy this plane. One plane. So, is it worth it, or did somebody cheat us? Because take a look at that plane. Is that did a million people need to spend $1,000 for a plane? A plane we've been flying for, how many years? It's very, very little that actual changes. The university has taken it all. The university diploma is our serpent. It's our Satan. It's our Antichrist. It's our, whatever it is you want to describe it as. It's the disgrace of our human race. It is the disgrace of our nation. And while they may have given you some things that you wanted, they've taken away far more than they ever gave you. So we need to investigate them. And we need to identify what is true and what is false and what is simply a lie and what is a fantasy and a delusion and utterly failure to our world. We need to do that. That's the purpose of this particular trial. That's the purpose of this talk. That's the purpose of this lawsuit. And of course, we have to do it ourselves. We cannot, force it off onto somebody else. They won't do it. They get paid. They have counterfeit currency as much as they want. $700 trillion over that. Divided by 350 million people is that every human citizen, every human face, that means babies and all, should have, if we divided it equally, $2 million each. $2 million each in currency. That's what we're working with as currency in this nation. That's, that's the reality of our lives. They, they took over government. You can tell by, you can't get out of a university debt. You are their slave until you pay it off. And so you have to do whatever they say. And you have to believe whatever they believe. Those tiny few who are in charge of the university diploma. And we need to rout them out. Find out who is or who is not in balance with our lives and value to us. And remove the rest. So I know that's the fundamental why we're here. So let's begin with a little bit different story. All right then. As to the direction of our lives, we are the judge. Our nation, we are the judge. Our employees, we are the judge. Our government, our nation, our state, our right of law to intervene. That's what the Constitution of our foundation unites us as one nation is. Our government, our nation, our right to the law to intervene. When we the people believe or acknowledge the truth of failure that will kill us all, as is, injecting chaos into all of nature, as trying to ignite atoms on fire, which will certainly kill us, we cannot stop it. The tragedy of gambling with the world, the poverty of power overthrowing our democracy, the refusal of law, the poverty of, the curse of universities claiming they own the right to be God over our lives, over our energy, over poisons, water, and over the claim that everything is fine. Everything, the apocalypse, everything. That's a war for water. The pollutions, like a quadrillion tons a year. Life ending. Everything cursed by the satanic verses of university is God. Their claim, not mine. To be wrong, even if it kills every living thing on earth, is not their problem. I asked the graduate students to genetic research what do you do when nature dies? And they said, not to worry. There's, if everything dies, evolution will just build something else in 1 billion years or so. They believe, their religion, they believe that chaos is the creator of life. But we know chaos is the destruction of all life. It takes anything that's complex and makes it simple. That's what chaos is. So we know chaos doesn't build anything. And if you look at any accident that you want to think of, that's certainly not a builder of life either. And it certainly doesn't extend life. And it certainly doesn't, make life possible or make happiness, which is a basic foundation of living. You have to be happy at least. You have to have some hope to some degree, or you decide to die. So every trial that's, mentioned here by the court is the same. The court refuses to obey the law, and we need to force them to obey the law. So let's We can go on, denying the right of evidence, as with COVID. Every form of evidence that didn't go along with what they wanted was denied. It was destroyed, it was taken away, it was so on. And of course, this blatant curse upon universities around this world by creating that disease. Who do you think created COVID? As with AIDS and so on, the universities created COVID and all the diseases that we basically experience because they create the chemistry that interferes with the biological chemistry of life. It's all of it. I have a lack of a what do you call it? Something. Anyway, it's because of a new chemical that went through my skin and caused serious problems. Everything is really related to what the university does or doesn't do. And of course, they have been responsible for some things. It is vaccines that nature provided, actually, that men finally just, learned a little bit about, that made a big difference in our lives. And it is the changes in antibiotics that saved a lot of lives, including my own. We can't deny that, but that is something that's in the past. Basically, they claim that they have vaccines and antibiotics that are great now because they genetically altered something. That doesn't mean it's great. And of course, all of the pharmaceuticals that claim they're going to do it also even allow you to know that there are really problems with this. But it's a visual aid, not a hearing aid. And the visual aid says it's great. Well, the audio version of that says it's not. But they don't give you any statistics, do they? Not a one. Not a one. They don't tell you all the problems that exist. They don't tell you how many people have some kind of degree of problem or how many problems there is. They don't tell you anything. Anything. They just want your money. It's like saying that that heart is everybody dies of a heart attack. But the reality is there is nobody that dies of old age. Think about that. Nobody dies of old age. So they have to blame it on something. And if you take out all the people who are over the medium age and you remove them from the claim, there's very little heart trouble. It doesn't mean there isn't any. There's very little. And so they just want your money. They want you to back off. They want you to give them the control over everything. They want you to say, as is currently happening in this USA, they get to genetically experiment with you in any way they want. They get to genetically experiment with you in any way they want. So I'm off the track again. So we turn to the lawsuit and try to remember that this is not about so simple a thing as constitutional law. This is not about so simple a thing as the university rules everything, the university steals everything, the university kills everything. It doesn't matter. What this really is about is life or death for our world. That's what we're talking about in this lawsuit. Life or death for our world. And that doesn't mean you get to decide as a lawsuit, yes or no. What it means is that we have to investigate the reality of what is or is not helping us to survive. It's that simple. What is or is not helping us to survive. The universities can help us to survive, and commonly steal from us, but that doesn't mean they can't help us if we force them to. Or remove them entirely from our business of life. Anyway, so let's go back. COVID was a prime example of bioweapon and bioterrorism. They created a weapon. They intended to get rid of some of the people on the earth because there are too many. And then, of course, if you had a vaccine and you survived that, then you get to have a much less competition world. And this is a finite planet, which means that the resources will end. So anyway, denying the overthrow of capitalism, which is what the universities did do, there is no such thing as capitalism anymore, it's just counterfeited currency. Counterfeiting currency is what controls, is what creates the entire economy of this United States. There is nothing else, just counterfeited currency. Yeah, they can have as many numbers as they want. And the problem with that is that they take all the numbers that they want. You know, let's say they get $10,000 or more, and they give you $1 in a bribe to keep silent. That's how it works. And what makes it continue is the fact that that we steal the resources from the future, killing every child to make that happen. You are satisfied because you are stealing the resources from the future. That's how come you're satisfied, and that's how come you're silent. But the end result of that is we're all dead. We're all extinct. There is nothing left. It's a finite planet with 9 billion people on Earth already, and another million created, coming to demand food and water and so on, another million every 4 days. 9 billion people is 23 separate lines of people touching people, 1 meter apart. 23 lines to the moon. There's a swath of humanity, 23 meters wide, that actually reaches the moon or more. You can't depend on them for anything. You know, how many people really are there? Could be 10 billion. Who knows? We certainly cannot believe a university. But we can't do that. It's stupid. They're insane. So anyway, we got to protect our resources. We got to stop the counterfeiting of currency. We got to end the claims authority to destroy our finite world by university knows everything. Thereby the future of this nation and every child is the assassination of every child, which means no resources equals no life. That's the deal. The counterfeiting currency to over $700 trillion. Poverty and inflation denied by media. Media didn't tell you anything. And of course it all started with Reagan. Well, it started before that, but it started with Reagan, especially when the universities gave him his solution. The university solution was sell the gold. And so they emptied Fort Knox, whether you believe it or not. Go ahead and force them to open the door and let's count it. And let's make sure it actually is gold, not just painted over lead or something. So that's what they did. And in return, the universities got control over all currency, and they gave themselves $1 million raise. If you go back in history, you'll find out it's true. They gave themselves $1 million raise, and then all the nation said, "That's where the money is. Let's go get it," and forced their way in. So, because all you needed was a diploma. So anyway, there is no freedom of the press anymore. There's no security in the news. There's none of that. It's all about who has the power and who pays. How many $1 billion do you think COVID netted for media? Billion. You know, they rent it and rent it and rent it for a year. How many $1 billion was that? Because the actual cost of COVID, just the first little bit in this USA was $6 trillion. That's $60,000 per each and every shot of 100 million shots. So $1 billion from that $6 trillion is just one out of every $6,000. One out of every $6,000. That's what, let's say, the media got. Not so much to pay. You could probably pay that. $1 out of every $6,000. Get what you want. And they got more than what they wanted. Well, they got everything they wanted, which includes end of oversight. The amount of, let's genetically alter everything. Let's be God on earth. Let's play games. Let's be Satan. Which is, of course, exactly what they were and are and continue to do today. Only the end result of it is that they're just about to destroy us all. So anyway, I'm trying to get back to the reality here of the lawsuit that is being described. So we have debts over $100 trillion. That's what is it? $100 trillion. That's $200,000 for each and every one of 100 million workers. All right, so you can't refuse the reality of overpopulation. It's the end of life. We eat all life on Earth. We eat living life on Earth, and we ruin their we ruin their habitat, and ruin their ability to survive, and we ruin the oceans, and we ruin everything. That's just the facts of man. There's nothing but me. Me, 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 me. That's all there is. There's nothing but me. Me, 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 me. That's all there is. Don't you understand? That's all there is. But of course, that's not all there is. And if you don't realize that, and if you don't respect that, and if you don't find some kind of a brain to figure that out, then we're all going to die as cannibals, because there will be nothing left except humans. And guess what happens then? Other than war, and there's nothing to eat or to drink. What do you think happens then? So anyway, world law is the difference between letting leaders decide and creating the law that governs our earth for ourselves. That's what world law is. Govern the situation for ourselves by creating laws that we enforce on our leaders by taking them to court. That's just as simple as that. We create the law, they obey the law. We enforce the law with international policing, and we can do that. So we use the law to remove weapons of mass destruction at that point. When we have international policing, when we have world law and world courts to ensure that we actually have a say, that we actually are in control of our world, then there's no purpose for weapons of mass destruction left. None whatsoever. So we get to destroy those. We get to end those. We get to find ourselves at peace with ourselves if we can survive that, with ourselves in charge. And of course, some of us can and some of us can't. But then, hate needs to be separated from love and things like that. And you go over here and you just do it your way and kill each other if you want to, while the rest of us, whoever's left, gets to live in peace. That's the deal. So, So anyway, refusing the truth. Universities are not capable of genetic change. One mistake and life is over as we know it. That's the reality of it. Geneticists how close are they to complete collapse of life? The complete collapse of the genetic stability, the complete collapse or Armageddon of our world? And the answer is we don't know. But it's like the ignition of atoms on fire. 1 second too late and it's too late to change anything. 1 second too late and it's too late to change anything. And of course, how is it that we get to be this part? Well, the answer is that I tried for 50 years to talk to you, but you refused. Greed and selfishness are all you knew. Didn't matter where it went. Didn't matter what the age was. Greed and selfishness, or run away and hide. That's all you knew. So it's 50 years later, and the tragedy of what is coming is closer than it has ever been. So we look at the lives of failure as is proven by evolution, the religion of universities overthrowing life by claiming chaos did it. So they can be allowed to kill life, all nature, by adding chaos to it. They believe they're God. They believe chaos is God. They have indoctrinated their religion called evolution on every child in this state and USA. The failure of democracy, the curse of human existence by religious dogma and destruction, the end of our world. By gambling with all life on earth as is mutilating nature into chaos. All of that is a reduction of our existence, our society, to evolution decides, or the religion of a university decides. And of course, the religion of university, with all of university graduates in charge of our everything, means that their religion is in charge of everything. And their religion is chaos. And chaos, of course, builds nothing. It just destroys. So we look at the failure of democracy, the curse of human existence, the end of our world by gambling with all life on earth as is mutilating nature, and it will become Armageddon, nature in chaos. That's what it means. And trying to ignite nuclear fire on this planet, which is made out of fuel, burning atoms to release the energy, which is 4 million times more, into a fire that cannot be controlled, and releases a radiation we know will boil human life in seconds, ending it, and will become haze on Earth as the proven cost of being wrong. Same fire, same result. What's the change? What's the difference? Democracy means to remove the power of tyrants, to rule ourselves by creating the laws which allow us all to rule ourselves within the freedoms and boundaries that liberty will allow. To do that, the end of kings called money, because money controls. You've heard of gold controls the world, or money controls the world. Well, it doesn't actually, if we don't let it. But that will be addressed in this day by limited capitalism, which means we vote on the limits of income and the possession of property so that we are all within the boundaries of fair play to achieve justice for all, by law, not power. We're 9 billion people on Earth, give or take, ruled by a tiny few leaders. Today, what we, the world, decide in our law over our leaders will be the rules they will obey. Or as is consistent with their refusal, we will tear them limb from limb, as a punishment deserved by those who force us all into war or extinction as a result of what they did do. This is a finite world. It is our only home. We cannot live without it, and we all know that. Could 1 million people die to enforce world law? Could they? Well, they might, because of leaders. They have armies, don't they? But of course, the armies are made out of people. And so, are you willing to let your world die? Or are you willing to die for it? The duty is real. But the end result of it is, reality says, there's literally only one individual per every 9,000 people on Earth to make 1 million people. 1 out of every 9,000 people is 1 million people. So will 1 out of every 9,000 die? It could be. Tell your soldiers to obey the Bill of Rights, not your leaders, because you defend us as soldiers for the nation which gave you life. You are not mercenaries for their decision. Whatever leaders want, they're not. So we begin with the crimes of treason. War is in this USA. War is, as is proven by FDR prior to U.S. involvement in World War II, is not allowed unless approved by the U.S. Congress in open session. It is a crime of treason to not obey our law. It is your oath of office that you swear to obey our law. It is a crime against our nation to threaten any other nation not at war with us with our military. Tyranny is not allowed. Gambling with our nation, world, this is all part of the lawsuit. Gambling with our nation, world, nature, habitat, species extinction, ocean life, global warming, poisoning the water, refusing overpopulation, destruction of resources, ozone destruction by planes, loss of oxygen by fire, loss of forests which release the atmosphere to accelerate like other planets do. Venus has an atmosphere going over 700 miles an hour, they say. That can happen here too because the equator runs or moves at 1,000 miles per hour, over that a little bit. So the only thing that ties our atmosphere to our planet are the trees. And of course you've cut down every forest and every possible thing that you could cut down. And if you don't stop, our atmosphere will be lost, and it will accelerate to who knows how far or how fast. Long, long after you're dead. You can't survive a 700-mile-an-hour wind, and you know it. And neither can anything else. And of course, planes burn ozone for fuel. That's how they fly. They fly up into the ozone layer, and they burn the ozone for fuel. And that removes the ozone layer. And that opens our whole planet up to threatening radiation that will actually destroy the life that is on the planet. It'll destroy the trees and everything else, and then without trees and plants and grass and things, we can't live either. So it destroys you even if you go in your house and say, I'm safe here. You're not safe there. All right, well, anyway, and of course, 9 billion people burning fires every day, plus all the force that they intentionally ignite on fire. Where do you think the oxygen goes? It is a finite element. Oxygen is on the periodic table. It is an atom, a specific type of atom. And there's only so much of it. And we live within a very specific range of oxygen concentration where we can't function at all. Think about it. So anyway, the oceans are dying entirely because of us. Entirely because of us. So, pollution by the quadrillion ton. Or more simply, we have found the terrorists. And they all have a university diploma, cursing us all with their fantasy and delusions of playing God with life and earth. The cost of being wrong is extinction for us all. And of course, they're wrong about everything. Or 98%, I should give them credit for, maybe 1% of something. Nonetheless, we must err on the side of life and world that universities refuse. They declare themselves God, cursing us all with their delusions, and they're not God. We must know the cost of being wrong about everything. The cost of being wrong about everything. The constant of terrorists is they all proclaim we must control the other terrorists. That's what they're doing throughout the United States. We have to be aware. We have to let them have cameras everywhere. We have to let them measure faces. You have to let them do whatever they want to do. It doesn't matter. There's no law. The Constitution says you have a right of privacy. There is none of that. It's all whatever the universities want. Who do you think controls this earth, this nation, this whole thing? Who do you think paid trillions of your dollars for experiments to ignite sunfire here on Earth? Who do you think does that? Who do you think engages you in a debt that is beyond control? Who indoctrinates you in their religion in school? Who does everything that you don't need or want? Who does it? And of course, if you look at anything involved with government or anything involved with this society or nation, we find that it's the university that's behind it all. There is no other thing. There's no media without university approval. There is no... Alright, so anyway... they want to collect data. And, terrorists want to control other terrorists. They want to control your life so that, they can find whoever it is that might actually say no to them before they say no to them and find a way to make an army against them. They want to prove that they are in control and nobody else is in control, and they are God and you are their slave. You are their slave. That's all there is to it. And that's what universities do for us. They kill us and they enslave us and they destroy our world and they destroy our lives and they create our extinction. But anyway, that's what Nazism did do. And of course, that makes the university essentially Nazi by finding and identifying anyone who would fight against the leaders of their cult order. And it is a cult. The university is a cult in government and everywhere else. It is a religious cult of evolution is a religious cult of people who lead by saying that we know we are gods, we are gods, we are gods. You cannot, depart from that. The courts say we are gods. You can't be a part of any society. Democracy is dead because the university is God. You can't argue with God. But of course, that assumes that our former classmates are God. Just because they find, it's like a gossip. People are, gossipers all around the world. And they find one tiny, tiny, tiny grain of sand that might be true or might not. And they declare, I know it all. I do. Believe in me. Because I know it all. I can make a whole village out of this. I can make a whole nation out of this tiny grain of sand. As is, of course, what all the warmongers take. If you can believe it, then the warmonger takes that tiny bit and ridicules the particular group that is targeted and says, we need to go to war with these people. We have a right. They're worthless. They're bad. We need to go to war. But of course that's not true either. It's just one tiny grain of sand. So anyway, terrorists formed Nazism, as Hitler did, to collect those he declared to be undesirable and force them to die or work as slaves. The only cause to collect data on the public is to enslave them. That's the only reason they want all that data. And we need to stop them. As history proves true, our constitutional law, which knew that, was amended with Amendment 4, the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue upon probable cause, supported by oath of affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched, or the person or things to be seized. All of that law is violated by universities who claim they know better, claim they are superior, their superiority over our government, our constitutional agreement as a nation which unites us. They're the better ones. They know everything. They know. And of course, that allows them to change our government into their own design, as is terrorism at a lower level called treason, or its companion, which is Nazism. The power of weapons are in charge now. No law is needed. We are the law. Or the curse of propaganda in media is mass hypnosis. People who say, I know, but they only know what media tells them to believe. That's all they know. You don't know anything beyond what the media tells you to believe. To support the curse of terrorists in charge of this USA government, denying all rights and using the garment of government, the covering of government, the claim of government, to hide the truth of their decision is pure greed, governed by absolute arrogance, using apathy as their weapon of choice, which such things as doctoral students who state, don't worry, if something goes wrong, evolution will just build something else in 1 billion years or so. Willing to wait 1 billion years? Nope. Well, I'm not either. But universities claim as their authority to do whatever they want evolution by claiming they're God, by claiming their religion, which is evolution. Chaos did it. Chaos can do it again. Is their God. That's what they claim. That's what their religion is. That's what rules this government. Even though that too is against the law. It's against the law. It's the First Amendment law. Don't have government rule by religion. And of course, that's all that university is. They are religious zealots. They are. They believe. That's what a zealot is. A firm grip on belief. I believe. There's no room for truth. Only belief. Believe. Isn't that wonderful? Sure, that's wonderful. If you're stupid. Well, anyway, universities, as their authority to do anything, the expertise of insanity. That's what they provide. Don't worry. In terms of ignition of an atomic fire, it says, don't worry, there's not enough gravity to to sustain a nuclear fire. So it would just extinguish itself. That's what their claim is. That's their only claim. That's their plan. Even though the fire produces solar gravity itself, it's the fire that produces the gravity. But the cult of worshippers of Satan, which is the university, we don't need no damn proof. Get out of here. We are gods. That's what they say. And that's what the court proves, as proven by the evidence of gambling with every living thing, every life on earth, by the theories of fraud and fantasy, as is the claim of a graviton, which does not exist. CERN just made it up. Another lie. Believers, one and all, in their religion of lies. The following is particularly described by my own involvement with them. I denied my right to claim authority of law in our government. Both federal and state courts denied my right to file legal actions demanding of this court, you shall obey the law. We're constant claim. I claim, you shall obey the Constitution. They claimed frivolous. Frivolous. That's what they claim. The Constitution is frivolous. Frivolous. It doesn't exist because they're silent. If they don't allow it in the courtroom by word or deed beyond you, then it's frivolous. It doesn't count. It doesn't matter. They don't have to obey nothing. That's their claim. And of course, they add to that, we can't make any decision about what the universities do. We're not allowed to do that. We can't do it. We won't do it. And of course, greed will give them money to support. You won't do that. But anyway, they claim their rules control our constitutional laws. They point, this particular lawsuit rules the Constitution. We've already done that. We've said that state and government, national government, are immune from your lawsuit. You don't have to, you don't have any control over us whatsoever. We are kings and queens and gods over you. That's what their claim is. But, that's the corruption of every value that democracy stands for. Discarded my guarantee to participate in the legal right of democracy itself by redress is a terrorist act. That's a terrorism. That's a terrorist act, treason. Rules do not control laws. The foundation of law is our Constitution. There isn't any law that doesn't comply with the Constitution. That is a law. There is none of that. There's no rule that is allowed that does not comply with the law. And the law, the government of this nation is the Constitution. It doesn't matter what the judiciary says, because the judiciary is allowed only to make judgments based under Constitution. In other words, they have no control over the Constitution itself, and their interpretation of the Constitution is either right or wrong, but it's up to us to decide if they are right or wrong. Their refusal is just an act of traitors. They refuse the law by university corruption. They are taught in school that the university decides. The court has little variation when it's used to silence the constitutional law, as is the Supreme Court case that I presented. The U.S. Supreme Court case was 09-1339 and 11-0100. They were both docketed cases, which means a judge's ruling can cause them to leave, but nothing less than that. Their secretary of the court removed those redress of grievance trials to the trash by claiming any illegal authority to do so. He had no authority to do that. It lacked a judicial warrant of a court case, and it was docketed, so it had to have that. They refused. It was and is treason to this nation, and it states another case of, do I sound frivolous? Do I? Well, maybe you think so, and maybe you don't. I don't care. They refuse the law, which means they refuse truth. So when lies rule the court, that's what we get, liars in charge. So demanding court action through refusal of taxation which is how I brought them into court at a different time, to obey the law or redress, or you have no authority to tax, as is the rebellion to our government. It's not a rebellion of government. It's a rebellion to the people who are in charge of government, who will not obey the law that they swore they would obey. The Constitution itself is the law of the land. And they attacked me with roughly $40,000 in penalties and $15,000 in fines for demanding that you have to obey the law. And paying the fine, I demanded a courtroom for the law. They agreed and then threw me from the courtroom, as did the state of Illinois Supreme Court as well. In other words, they wouldn't go to court. Not for that. The IRS, federal, refused to allow my business truck a deduction of $8,000, as was the law of Obama, I believe. The leaders of the IRS and tenants in the court refused, fully aware it was their duty, while the state of Illinois IRS attacked with the claim they would steal my $10,000 truck from me, declaring it was to be sold for $500, while all the rest they declared as a debt was still my responsibility to pay. In other words, they were trying to steal, or they threatened to steal, $9,500 from me of felony theft, but backed off when I reminded them of criminal conduct, using the police force as thugs to enforce their will on me, which is entirely terrorism. Terrorists in charge, traitors. And of course this nation is overflowing with criminals in charge of our government. Overflowing with criminals in charge of our government. With terrorists who believe their job is to embellish crime by enforcing it with policing through the court. The U.S. Patent Office The U.S. Patent Office stole from me patents worth billions. A new form of fossil fuel engine designed for power plant usage, among other large format needs, by refusing to accept that I was an independent person and entitled to the price of that reality. Instead of that, they insisted that I would be charged an additional $17,000 on top of the $2,000 paid for that patent, and were clearly intending to describe even more because they could. They could. They're in charge. This tiny little group of criminals in charge of making our business of society a value are nothing but criminals. They are criminals. However, we can prove that by the documentation they provided. Yeah, they refused to let me be an independent person entitled to a certain price that is their claim, and they said I can't be an individual, I have to be a large corporation, the largest possible price that there is, and wouldn't back off. Not from the Biden administration to the Trump administration. Both of the leaders were there at the same time. Both of them refused. So in order to steal, they declared it was abandoned. And of course, when it's abandoned, it can be sold to somebody else. We have to go and take a look and see what they did with it. Stolen by the filth and conspiracy to make others rich, or the corruption that is denying the public changes in their own best interest to protect the power that is. In other words, if there is some other solution other than let's create an atomic nuclear fire, they don't want that. And of course they don't want a lot of things, but they're criminals, and criminals are always criminals. And that's what runs our society, because it runs our government, because the university diploma is in charge of everything. And only a tiny few professors, who a large part of which don't even teach their own class, have taught people, this is what you believe. This is it, this is it, this is it, this is it. There's no other solution for you. You believe whatever the university tells you to believe. That's it, that's your job, that's your everything. And if you refuse, we'll throw you out into poverty and let your debts eat your heart out. That's their crime. That's what they do. That's the cost of universities demanding full control over government. Crime does pay. Ask the universities. They say they are entitled to way more for anything that they do, even though they do damn little. And we have to teach them how to do any work because they come out of college knowing damn nothing. All they can do is talk about the fantasies of their illusions and their delusions and their imagination and their failure of everything. It is 2-year-olds with a graduate diploma and little more. Unless, of course, they're criminals. And then, of course, they get to be a little bit older because they throw away the life of our world and declare themselves to be God. So crime does pay. Universities gain all the money from counterfeiting and debt creation. Who do you think it goes to? They use it to destroy life on earth with their fantasy experiments without value to anybody. Without value to anybody. Laundering their stolen money from our securities by turning banks into the creators of cash for their army of the insurgency. They give it to their army. Because without an army, they can't support the terrorism that goes on in destroying our nation. They can't do it. So they bribe and they bribe and they bribe some more. And if you get to be a little too loud, you get to be bribed and bribed and bribed some more. Laundering, they want to be your savior, so that you look to them and you worship them as cult leaders want you to. So, anyway, they launder money from giving bribes to the people, to the students, to the public, to anybody that they can, so that you are silent. You are silent. While other forms of investment are strewed with the fraud and failures of what a computer can do, the disgrace of government employees who will not do their job or follow their own rules, as is highlighted by another trial, allows Hitler to be reinterpreted as university by those who want the insurgency out. So, they want to be God. They don't want to be an army. They want to be God. Because, it's no fun to be an army if you don't create an enemy. You have to have an enemy to be an army that has value. If you don't have an army, if you're not being attacked by something, you have no value as a military. You are not needed. And that means you're not valued. So you got to have an enemy. You got to have fear to force it. So anyway, while federal appeals lie as an open court, I had the Seventh Circuit Federal Appeals Court in Chicago completely lied, utterly made up a fantasy story about a trial that I sent them. Thoroughly fantasy, not a word of truth in it, and then refused that, and so I filed with the Congress and with the U.S. Supreme Court, and they immediately ran out because they didn't want to deal with it, and that was 2007, and then or 2008, and that's of course describing that the money is all a fraud, and they need to fix that. And of course, what happened was the 2008 bankruptcy event, which became lie to us, lie, don't tell us the truth, lie, don't tell the truth, lie. So and Obama said okay. So he was great, wasn't he great? He was great. Lie, just lie. So anyway, the disgrace of government employees who will not do their job. Will not do their job. And the state appeals court denied access by making claim that not only do I have to pay for a written transcript for trial, a different trial says, you can't just make people pay the same price for an offense. In other words, the same monetary fine to a billionaire has no meaning when that same fine to a person who is barely able to stay off the street makes a whole lot of difference. There has to be a compensation for that. There has to be a reality to that. And power doesn't want that. So I paid $400 for a written transcript of the trial, which the judge took over and made it his own so that he could create as much of a price tag on it as it could possibly create. And then the court stenographer tried to give me a written printed outcome, and it says, the court doesn't accept that. And once I take it, they won't give me another one. I have to pay that other $400 for them to create a digital copy. And they wanted $200 more for me for them to hit the button and send it on to the Supreme Court from appeals, or send it on to appeals. Anyway, I refused to pay the $200 after the $400, and that too is tyranny. It's just plain tyranny. Has nothing to do with the purpose of government, has nothing to do with democracy, has nothing to do with the reality of who we are, or who we are intended to be, or who we want to be. So this society faces extinction because it deserves to face extinction. But it deserves to face extinction because you follow the cult of university. And the university is the greatest liar who has ever been. The worst pyramid scheme that is ever created in the history of life on Earth. They are the tragedy of your lives and mine. You can worship them all you want, but the end result is they are the destroyers of everything that we value as life. How is that, something of great interest to you? You were stupid. You let them. So anyway, you can obey the Constitution or be labeled as fraud. What do you want to do? You want to obey the Constitution and enforce that as our government, our democracy, or do you want to be just labeled as fraud people who absolutely gave away their own nation, their own democracy, their own future, their own life, their own resources, their own world, their own everything? You don't have any money left. Why are you fighting for it? And of course that means that we have entirely depended upon fraud, the lies of maintaining a lie, the lies of maintaining a lie, so that we don't have to pay for what we did do. You did it, I didn't. Nonetheless, lazy and blatantly arrogant, destroyed by arrogance, apathy, and disrespect, so as not to be considered the law. That's what the university offers in the courtroom and in the judiciary. There is no particular, there's very few. I run across a couple of judges that were okay, but not many. The power of those who control them with counterfeiting money. In other words, the power of government, the power of those who control the money, give to those who do what you're told to do, a bribe. It's just like the mesothelioma fraud that's going on in the courtroom today. They are land pirates, basically. They're attacking and creating fraud. The claim is that a mesothelioma average payment for the average victim is supposed to be $2 million, and out of that $2 million, the actual victim gets about $40,000, and of course, out of that $40,000, not only will at least $10,000 come out for burial, all the rest of it will be taken for hospitalization in one form or another, drugs or whatever it is. They don't get anything, but the lawyers do. Just think of that. $2 million paid to the lawyer, $40,000 to the victim for each and every victim. and they have gone to the point of making it sound like everything is caused by asbestos. And of course, the judges in these cases have to be getting paid behind the table or under the table too, because it ain't law. We can enforce changes, such as patent holders decide who gets a patent, because it's up to them. If they refuse, others are going to refuse them too. Prisoners can decide who can or cannot be released, dependent upon what happens with those prisoners. It's going to make a difference in their lives. Those who left, if the prisoner they release fails, a lot of things are going to fail for them. But if the prisoner that they release succeeds, things will be better. That kind of thing. Along with other modifications of what is fair. As with COVID, Nazi invaded our lives. Believers believe regardless of the evidence of what is true, because they want what they want. That's all there is. They want what they want. That's what a believer is. I want what I want. And that requires the people who make the decision or establish those decisions, who can, a product of want. And want is an enemy of society. An enemy of yourself, because it is an abyss. You can, once you start wanting, then you want a little more, and you want a little more, and you want more and more and more, and it's an abyss that you fall into. So want is not your friend, it is your enemy. Just like pride is not your friend, it is your enemy. Pride makes life into a game. And when you have a game, you have winners and losers. And if you have winners and losers, you have judgments. And if you have judgments, then you turn to hate, because that's the next in line. And of course, when you judge someone as worthless, that's when it's okay to make them fear, it's okay to kill their lives, it's okay to take anything you want, it's okay to war against them, because you judge them as being worthless. And that is of course how wars begin. We want to make the other people worthless, and if we make them worthless, then we can do with them whatever we want to. It's not killing somebody, it's just getting rid of the garbage. So COVID is an invaded. It's really Nazi invaded our lives in every sense and form. SS soldiers invaded every store and framework which interferes with our survival, and claiming as terrorists in charge of everything. They're deciding for all the rest. They are the leaders. They are God. The university is God. You have to believe because they believe. But of course, just belief doesn't matter. Belief isn't evidence. Belief doesn't care about anything. Belief is just belief. I want what I want. And of course, that is a tragedy to human life and everything else. As Hitler and many others did do for Germany, and throughout all of history, there have always been Hitlers in one form or another. They would enforce the violation of life and body, because the cult worship of their leaders of university is government. The university is the government. The diploma decides everything. The diploma decides the money. The diploma decides the debt. The diploma decides to risk or not risk. The diploma decides to add chaos to nature. The diploma decides to ignite fusion, or the lie of fusion. There is no such thing. But there is a nuclear fire. We can look at the sun and we know it's there. We know it exists. Same fire, same result. And that refers to the power to cause great harm, because the poverty of the devil inside declares it to be. You want that too. You want the easy answer. Just touch it a little bit. Don't make waves. Just touch it a little bit. Lie, cheat, lie, betray. Lie. Don't let truth inside. because truth requires change if you've been, doing things badly. And of course, if you've been doing things badly, it's because you want to do things badly. And who wants to change that? So no evidence was presented by COVID, only the constant hallucinations of media, who are even paid in probable billions, or at least the powerful among them, from the trillions collected by universities decide. And they get everything they want, including automated factory lines to mutilate nature now in mass, to the shame of this nation and others. Evidence was deleted from my websites. Lies were strewn from every facet of medicine to claim this is the evidence. There's no evidence. That doesn't mean it didn't exist. Well, I suspect that COVID is actually real, but it was never a pandemic. And there's a really big difference between a pandemic and spending trillions of dollars of our money and making us obey everything they claim, and the fact that another disease has been unleashed upon us by university delusions and arrogance and the intent to play God over us. There's a really, really big difference between that. Really big. In other words, we should go get our money back, because the universities created the disease and the university profited from that disease, and somehow that ain't fair. So, bit of shame. Oh, evidence was deleted. Well, let's see. Public has, given no choice. You obey, or we're going to throw you to the wolves, so to speak. But wolves are wolves, and humanity is humanity. And humanity wars against everything. That's what men do. That's their answer. War. As history will prove, without a doubt. So we're giving murderers who released a biological weapon against our world, which is the universities, all the money and all the rights to deny life its respect that they do not want. They want life to be their slave. They want life to be their puppet or toy or whatever it is you want to call it. They want to be God. They believe they're God. They believe chaos created life, and in believing chaos created life, they believe there is absolutely nothing that they can do to harm life. They're God. They can create chaos. They're God. And of course, the end result of that is what they can do is destroy life and claim to be Satan. They can claim to be Satan because in fact, they are destroying life, or destroying world. That is Satan. That's what Satan means. Religious word or not, it's what it means. A destroyer of life and world. So they're Satan on earth. And all the money they created, all the lies, all the counterfeiting, all the debt, it went directly to them, to the universities, to their army of insurgents, and to the people they are saving with our money by their claim to be saviors and promise anything they want. That's, of course, what humanity votes for. You give me what I want, and I'll vote for you. Give me what I want. I want. Give me that. And, of course, you vote for them. And then, of course, they do whatever they want to after that. But, you vote for them anyway because that's what you want. So, as far as code goes, they demanded that you fear. You must fear. Fear. Because fear lets them do whatever they want to. If you don't have fear, then you use your brain. So you can't have that. So the university sucked out your brain by creating fear. As has, hate done throughout all of history. Hate uses fear to control people, to make them do what they want them to do. So, the university claimed to provide or produce a vaccine without any evidence of truth. Who knows what the hell that vaccine did to you? Who knows? They don't know. Who knows? It was an experiment on your life. An experiment which proved that they could collect as much money as they wanted to. And history proves that, literally they had anything they wanted to have because, you gave it to them. Your leaders gave it to them. You accepted the belief that media forced on you. You did. You said, I believe. Somebody has died. I believe. But of course, it was not a pandemic, was it? And their vaccine could not be proven to do anything. And their test of what is COVID and what is not COVID. Well, COVID, for instance, is claimed to be the same family as a common cold. So if you have a common cold, unless you have a very, very specific test, which, very little of that was used, they could detect a common cold. And they declared that it was COVID. Nobody had a cold. Nobody had a flu during that time. They all had COVID. You got tuberculosis, you probably had COVID. You had anything, you have COVID. You got something else, got COVID. So that's what media does for you. It tells you what you think you believe. But you don't think, you just believe. No brain is required. That's why there are cults. No brain is required. Get into the herd and step with the herd in unison. Don't think for yourself, follow the herd. That's the difference between human and animal. And of course, most of life on earth doesn't really commit to human, does they? You're like animal. We don't have to think, we don't have to play, we don't have to be responsible, we just have to believe. But you are responsible for what you believe. And there's no getting around that. Truth is truth is truth. Whether it's good or bad. So, let's see. The death count did not change at all during this claim of pandemic. In fact, there were less people who died in 2018, what it was, whenever it was, than the year before. No evidence of a pandemic whatsoever. Only trillions spent, there's evidence of that. And more and more and more and more trillions. Lots of trillions hidden in government, particularly by the Biden administration. Trillions spent for this, trillions spent for that. Claiming it was for COVID. But COVID, of course, just meant that the universities got all the money. And it was their way of laundering the money. They needed to hide. The U.S. Claims $30 trillion worth of GDP, gross domestic product. Over half of that is created by banking. And of course, banking doesn't produce anything itself. It doesn't produce anything. Anything. It does not produce anything. So we have a society that's built entirely upon lies. And the money that banking created is the money of counterfeited currency that's being redistributed into society. And of course they give it to themselves first. And when you want to try to buy a piece of property, you are fighting against the people who have all the counterfeit currency. And guess what? You can't really compete with them. Which means the university graduate gets to own most everything. Alright, well anyway, the disease the universities released upon us, whether it was intentional or not, it failed to kill the masses, as is what they intended to do. Because the end result of our overpopulation of this humanity, back in 1970 there was claimed to be about 4 billion people on Earth. Today there's claimed to be about 9 billion people on Earth. Think about that for a minute. 50 years later, a little over 50 years, and over double the human population. Look around you, there's a lot of people here. Double in the last 50 years. That will not go on. Something has to be done. Whether you like it or not doesn't make any difference. That absolutely is worthless. Something has to be done. And since the universities tried for a tiny little bit in the late 50s and early 60s to have zero population control, because they realized that this is going to be a problem. Antibiotics means that a lot of people aren't dying that used to die. And antibiotics saved me. So what are we going to say? But the end result is you can't have as many children as you used to have. That's the end result of it. Or all the world dies because no resources, no life, no water, no food. That's how that works. Going to kill ourselves. So, instead of all that, the universities made a decision because they are the elite. They know. They know. They claim they know. Let's say they know. They do know that there are too many people. So, in other words, what they really need is a vaccine for them and a disease for you, so that all of you can die and all of them can be sustained. And they have all the poisons and all the worst possible diseases and everything that it could possibly find to create the world's worst disease possible. But they don't want to release it until they actually have their own vaccine. And of course, that's where the problem comes in. So I suspect COVID was just an accidental release of some sort. Or they might have wanted just plain, the money. Just plain the money. They knew it wasn't bad, but they knew they could control the media. They own the media. They own it. Whether they own it or not doesn't make any difference because they can influence the power that owns it. People that, well, anyway, that's how life is. We want our money back or not, it's up to you. Interest and penalties of those who are listed as the benefit of their cult or themselves. You want to go get your money from COVID or not? Do you? So there are murderers who lead this nation by indoctrinating every child with useless information such as evolution and claims to have a diploma from universities to make millions more than, anybody who doesn't have a university diploma. They claim that they earn millions. They don't earn anything. They're damn little. We have millions of university graduates. What do they actually contribute? We have, they take our jobs because they want our jobs. Because if they don't do something actual, if they don't find something to do that actually makes a difference of some sort, then they can't pay the university debt. And that's why they've taken your job. It's to create the university debt. Somebody has to pay it. They want the money. Like so many other people, they want the money. So, while in reality they contribute next to nothing as a group, and only a tiny few among them can contribute anything. They contribute some. It's the crime of delusion, of playing God. The destruction of value in learning, the claim we deserve more because the university has enslaved us with debt. That's what a student is. And control human resources to hold those who do not belong to the cult of the university as God outside the realm of, you can't have this job. Doesn't matter if you've been doing it for 30 years. You can't have it anymore. And that reflects a communist takeover, as is their claim of nobility. We are the superior ones. That's what nobility is. We are the superior ones. We have to make the decision. We deserve it all. You must be our slaves. That's what nobility is. And that, of course, lacks substance and seeks to destroy democracy from our lives. The state gives to the university anything they want. Anything. As is, they're forcing us all into bankruptcy. And of course, one of the major things that the state gave away was $165 million for Assembly Hall renovations in Urbana, Illinois. No real change to the building. It's concrete. No change. Universities took nearly all of that money for themselves. It's like they built a $1 billion plane. And of course, the actual workers get, a little bit. And then the university takes all the rest for themselves. We are gods. We are the superior ones. We are the nobility. We get it all. Don't argue with us. We are gods. Let the state pay. Everything is let the nation pay. Let the government pay. Let the people who don't know that they can stop this pay. Or, as is the more common thing, let the children pay. And of course, the public themselves went ahead and said, yeah, that's a good idea. Let the children pay. The children benefit. Let the children pay. But of course, you don't want to pay for the future either, do you? So, lies upon lies upon lies upon lies upon lies, and betrayal and traitors and terrorists and everything else. And that's what United States of America is, under university control. And 50 years or more, the university has controlled. Yeah. It's like the claim Kennedy. There was no intent to go to the moon. None. He was running into opposition for building a bigger rocket to hold bigger bombs to attack Russia with those. And so he decided to change the dialogue. We'll build a bigger rocket to go to the moon. And then, of course, that left that big rocket to hold the bombs that he wanted to make. For Russia, he was a little tyrant, but nonetheless. And there's a lot you don't know about him. Anyway, let's see. Well, there was $130 million for an Emperor's box on the football stadium at the UI in Urbana. $130 million. Use it 6 times a year for a football game. 6 times. We spend $130 million. They don't spend. We spend. They don't. They want it. We pay. How is that fair? Everything about our society, our nation, our democracy is corrupted, and it's just throw it away. Pension plans, health care, for anything that the cult pushers want at our expense, and slaves at their whim, because they can take control over our government. Why is health care an extortion plan? Because the university is paid. Who do you think the doctor is? You don't get to be a doctor unless you have a diploma. The diploma wants what it wants, and it wants greed. It wants enslavement. It wants power over you, nobility. It wants everything. It takes control over our lives. Hell, caring nothing at all for the truth of life itself. And their extortion causes depressions and suicides and more. In the constant search for money, people are thrown into the street after 50 years of working hard. One trip to the medical, health facility, and they'll steal it all. I had one tiny broken fibula bone, 8 screws and a plate they put on that. $66,000 later, I had to say, this is it. There ain't going to be no more. And of course they threatened a lawsuit and what have you against me, but they didn't want that in court either. So they walked away. And later said, don't come back. At another time. So, we need to take care of our health care for ourselves, because the damned and the dead are not going to do it for us. They're just traitors. They're just terrorists. They're just, fools who want greed, who live for greed, who want selfishness, who don't know anything about life or world, and are willing to risk that on anything that the university wants. And who is the university? What is a university? What does a university mean? It is the blanket that covers the people who are your former classmates, who are greedier than greed can be. In other words, they want to be God. Greed ain't enough. They want to be God. There's a tiny few people out there, somewhere, and they are playing God with our lives and our world and our future. And your child and your everything. That's how it is. Until you say, by redress law, no, we're not going to let this happen anymore. We're going to take back our democracy. We're going to investigate you for what is or is not true, because belief is not enough. We're going to define what is or is not true, and then we're going to make our own decision as a society, united by the fact that we can't let this go on anymore. That's the purpose of this lawsuit. We have to decide for ourselves. It's too late to want anything else. We have to decide for ourselves what is in the best interest of our society, our democracy, and our world. Or it will all be lost, because 1 second too late and nature will dissolve into chaos. Or 1 second too late and they're going to ignite atoms on fire and our world will become a sun. You're going to be incinerated. The atmosphere itself will be ejected. Even the moon will be ignited on fire, because that million-mile long fire which is on the sun, by their claims, is more than enough to reach the moon. Or, and thought of in another way, 4 million times more makes a 1-inch candle flame 62 miles high instantly. Think about that. 4 million times more, 1-inch candle flame, 62 miles high. That's the difference between right and wrong. You willing to risk it? Think about it. The university is not God. They're just former students. That's all. Former students who happen to end up in a place, they found a grain of sand somewhere down the line. And like gossipers, they made it into an entire city and claim, I am God now. And we're not talking real God. We're talking, you can't challenge me. You can't. I'm God. You can't challenge me. You can't stop me. But yes, we can. By the law that is all of us against you. That's like the armies and the military have done for decades. They focus on one individual and make the rest fear through that cause. We can do the same to them. So that's how that is. All right, well, the reason we're talking here is a lawsuit that claims redress is the law. Redress is the law. It's in the Constitution. It claims what we say it claims. We don't actually have to listen to our employees. We are the owners here. It says what we say it says. Literally. That's the law of our democracy. We the people decide what our Constitution is. We the people decide what our society by its law is. We decide. So the redress is what we say it is. And even though it is a law, we can still say it is the law. And you are going to obey it. Now, and as far as that, we have an entire army of rebellion on the payroll. There is nothing about this democracy that is sustained. There's nothing about our future that is sustained. There's nothing about our world that is sustained, or its nature, or anything else. It's all given away to the university to play with as if they were God. All of it. There's nothing left for us. It has been given away. So you need to think about that. You need to think about the debt of your own slavery to the university as God. The cult worship of, they can do whatever they want to, it doesn't matter. What can you just say? What can you do? It doesn't matter, but it does matter. And we don't have to let them do whatever they want to. And we don't have to let them rebel against us. And we don't have to let them take over our government. And we don't have to let them do anything. We don't have to let the conspiracy or a collusion to steal the securities of the United States by counterfeiting its currency into junk status. It is junk status. Too many numbers to make a difference. By destroying its infrastructure, they didn't change anything to help us. They sold it all away. They sold off every manufacturing thing that they could to pay their debts, to get themselves more power, to make us less. Killing, they're responsible for killing diversity of business and industry, taking over our lives, defeating its claim of resources. They're selling the resources to others. They're completely doing everything they can to make this nation completely listless in poverty. selling his property to foreigners, giving away everything, denying information needed to by selling the press to the power. All the information we need to protect ourselves by the free press doesn't exist, because the free press doesn't exist. They sold it. Your leaders, your court, your Supreme Court sold it to the rich and the powerful who wanted it so they could make you believe whatever it is they wanted you to believe. You know, and they like war. They do. They like war because, you know, war gives them a lot of money. And then, of course, there's a lot of people killed, and then they can run right in there and take away whatever it is from the people who got killed. They can steal whatever it is that you leave behind. It doesn't matter whether their families are involved. They steal whatever they can find. Greed is greed is greed is greed is greed is greed is greed, and there is nothing less than selfishness in their lives. That's what they do. You know, they scream, fear will control them. But nothing more so than disease. You fear disease, don't you? Sure you do. As is the intent to create a vaccine for us, is a fool you for them. Because, you know, they can claim that it's a vaccine that works, just like they did with COVID, but how are you going to prove that? And they can give you a vaccine and say, you know, this is what you need to protect yourself, collecting any and all money from it, whatever they want. But that doesn't mean it works, and that doesn't mean it's the same one they would give themselves. It doesn't mean that they stood in front of you and said, I'll take it, because they did not. Well, they control business and industry to keep the public unaware of how much currency was used to fund anything that universities wanted, as it evident in the realities of what they did do, as is all for them, nothing for life or nation or world. Greed, abandon for power. Evolution is a religion. No proof exists beyond their lies. Nothing exists of evolution. Nothing. For that matter, nothing exists of their claim of billions of years. Nothing exists of their claim that their stages or whatever it is that they claim, and across the ages, it's all a lie. It's all a fantasy. It's all a delusion. It's all a fiction. Because there are actual evidence. Noah's flood. One of their favorite toys is, of course, proven true. It's actually proven true by the amount of fossil fuels that we have. All of that fossil fuel means that the planet was, full of life, literally full of life, and it was all gathered together, and it was all buried under, some of it under thousands of feet of miscellaneous dirt and what have you. There were all kinds of things that absolutely point to a flood. And that removes all of their Mesopotamian or whatever they call it, all of their things. All of there's nothing left of university claims once you have a worldwide flood. And a worldwide flood is caused by a large planetary object coming close to this one. The gravitational pull of one planet to another planet is very strong, and that means any water was pulled out of the deep, and it rained, fell, and what have you, and so on, and the Earth elongated its orbit due to that planetary object that flew by close. That's how it became. And Noah did not build a boat, but he did build an ark of some sort, and you can view my video Fun with Noah if you want to see how that went. But anyway, let's see. So, well, it's our turn to decide if extortion is rules or not. If rules overcome law or not. If government is nothing more than what the university wants or not. If there is no choice but to lie and to cheat and to steal from ourselves or not. Or to give away the entire nation or not. To give away the entire nation or not. Because that's what they did do. And of course the end result of that is not so much a number, because all of it is a counterfeited number. They stole it all over the last 50 years. They stole it. And if you have stolen property, that doesn't mean you own it. That means you owe for it. So there's lots of things to be redone. Oh well, anyway, great real world change in healthcare is consistent with real world human truths. We will now own the patent of medicine. Nobody gets to own the patent of medicine. If it's medicine for the people, we're going to own that, or we're going to limit that, or we're going to deal with that in our own way. That is not, you get to charge anything you want to for life. We're not going to do that. There's no statistical truth in that. We will demand to know the statistical reality of all medicine and all doctors in full view for all to see. You know, it's our lives. We're risking them for you. We want to know how good you are or not. So we want to know, in a nation without values, the courtesy of universities in charge, will you enforce your work for us? Will you have a fair wage to those who do? Who will you teach based upon the results? No more paying whatever the universities demand. Or more simply, we're going to be fair with each other. We're going to rearrange healthcare into a percentage of income and so on. You know, we do not owe them anything. We don't owe them anything. So the deal is that universities no longer get to charge whatever they want to charge. Students no longer are indebted for whatever the universities charge. However, if you go to the university and try to get a job that they actually help you get, then you owe them a percentage of the income that you make. That's what the deal is. That's capitalism. In other words, if you provide something to me, I can provide something to you. If you don't provide anything that I can use, then I don't need to pay you. I don't. You didn't do anything for me. What did you do for me? You know, that doesn't mean, you know, maintaining a house and or a place to live and food and stuff. You owe for that. You took that, but just because a university claims that you owe them doesn't mean you owe them at all. Just because a university claims this teacher is going to teach the class, it doesn't mean if they didn't teach the class that you owe them for that. It doesn't mean that at all. The student taught will pay at student rates. And so on. You know, there's huge amounts of things that have to be dealt with. And all of it requires redress, because ain't nothing going to be changed unless we change it for ourselves. We have to change what we change for ourselves, because nobody is going to do it for us. Greed rules the universities. It's greed and selfishness and playing God and terrorism and traitor and all of the things that are crime or organized crime rules this nation. There's nothing left of this nation other than organized crime rules it all. There's damn little. And I've been here, I'm 73 years old in a week or two. I understand what you know, it's not like, you know, I worked for a free enterprise thing a while back, well, 50 years ago. And when I went there, I said, we need to change some things. It's not quite right. And they said, well, you don't understand everything that we're doing. You need to be here for a while so that you understand more about what we are or are not doing. So I waited for a while. And I said, I think we need to make some changes. And I said, well, you've been here too long. You don't know what you don't have a clear view anymore. so that was their way of telling me, you don't get to do nothing. And of course, we parted ways later on. But nonetheless, that's how life is. So anyway, you know, we can let the healthcare be as it is, or we can change it. We don't have to let them, you know, completely extort us for anything they want. We don't. It's a decision. It's a literal decision. redress gives us the legal power of law to make changes that benefit ourselves. The legal authority of ownership. That's what redress is. We decide for ourselves. So, you need to think about that. All right, well, we need to change healthcare entirely. I had a lump on my knee, which is still there. The surgeon said, okay, do this, do that, the other thing. I did, and then he refused to do the operation. 15 minutes, Tylenol was the only thing. Threw me out, said don't come back when I said, I ain't paying for this. But, of course, that made them all happy, I suppose. That is the price of being someone that says, you can't charge me this. But that's how that is too. So I said, no care, no pay. And the clinic said, never come back. That is what healthcare is today. And it is our turn to decide if there are extortion rules or not. And what we know is that, for sure, is that every single penny that you pay, every dime that you pay to have some kind of cancer treatment created for you, anything that is given to you for the purpose of what you think will benefit your life, goes to genetic research. All of it goes to genetic research. There is nothing that doesn't go to genetic research. And in that, your decision, your money, is turned into the death of nature itself. That is your participation in their work. They say, we're going to dry every tear, and what they mean by that is we're going to be God. We're going to be God. There is no anything else to it. They're going to be God. That's what they plan for. And they intend to do that by making nature fail. It's like making a bridge fail. Literally like making a bridge fail so they can see where the weak point is. So they say, well, I can focus on there and I can make it stronger. So they think. But what they really are doing is causing nature to fail, and they can't put it back. We can't put it back. They think it's a step-by-step process. It is not. Genetics are not a step-by-step. This is the instruction book. This is how you do it. It is an orchestra of things, lots of different things going on at the same time. In other words, when your body is being developed inside a woman's womb, there isn't just one thing happening now. There is a lot of things happening. There is a lot of timing going on. There's a lot of manufacture of chemicals, and there's a lot of waste, and there's a lot of everything going on, and we don't know any of it. The university absolutely doesn't know any of it. They believe in evolution. You should consider that to be your warning. They believe chaos created life. And we know chaos does nothing but destroy what is more complex into what is something simple. And life is not simple, it is complex. So, what you're giving to them is the defeat of life itself. That's your participation in the cult that is called Satan, or the Antichrist if you prefer. Because as opposed to Jesus came to save the world, and in actual reality you can say that he did by changing or giving us a description that cannot be undone. That is, this is love, this is hate. Choose between them. Who are you? That's not what the university does. The university destroys everything it touches. It has destroyed your securities, your money, your nation, your democracy, your world, and it's trying to completely make you extinct. They created every weapon of mass destruction there is. They claim it. Give it to them. And so on. So, as far as research into what can we do for life and self, we need to accept the reality that nobody should die of little things, but everybody has to die of the big things. That's how it is. We can't afford not to do that. Or it's a choice. If you're willing to pay, you can do that. If you are willing to pay, you can't say let the nation pay. You can't say let the children pay. We have to pay for ourselves. If you don't do that, what you're doing is you're lying. And as a liar, you cannot be believed about anything. So I'll give you a hint of what might help as far as life and nature goes, as far as medicine goes, and that is that I think in terms of a burn victim, and this is just a guess, the skin actually fuses together. It doesn't stretch anymore. That's why it takes so long for a burn to heal. It doesn't stretch anymore, and that means that if it doesn't stretch, it cannot regenerate itself, and if it doesn't stretch, you can't move your arm, and if it doesn't stretch, there are all kinds of problems involved. So, in order to make it unfuse itself, we can use a dedicated laser to that purpose that can, just cut into the skin, into the burned skin a little bit, and create movements, create elasticity in that burned area, and let it begin to regenerate itself. You have to stop it from being fused together, and instead of waiting the years that it takes for all that skin to be replaced by itself, you need to go ahead and make it more elastic so that it can replace itself in a much faster method. That is my suggestion to you. And things like that are what we need to be looking at. We need to look at the cause of these things, what chemistry. There's at least 80,000 new chemicals on the market being produced that have and interfere with biology in every sense and form. We need to look at all those 80,000 chemicals and find out what's doing us harm. So, 10,000 things need to be changed. But you want what you want. And greed rules your life. So, it's a choice. Selfishness. Nothing matters, nothing matters, nothing matters but me. Or the world matters. Life matters. The planet matters. Everything but you matters. And on the back end scale, last in line, we are, expendable. We are. We're 9 billion of us. Who is not expendable? Who is not expendable? It doesn't mean we want you dead. It just means that we have to accept the idea that life has changed. 9 billion people going for a drive. 9 billion people using water. 9 billion people covering the earth. And on it goes. So it's, your turn to decide if extortion rules without value or we the people rule with real world human truths. We can change a lot or not. It's your choice. But it's a nation without values today because the university leads. The university believes that it is God. The university believes that its religion of evolution, chaos-built life is all there is, and the university believes that it can ignite a nuclear fire, and there are no consequences for us because there have been no consequences for them. So that's what you're fighting against. People who believe. They believe. You don't understand how literal that is. They believe in themselves. They believe they are God. They believe they can do whatever they want to without a cost. It's not so. And of course, life will prove that. So anyway, we need to change a lot of things. And based on the results of what we do, we can change more things. Such as, 8th graders is when doctors should start learning the business of medicine. Or the new generation of doctors should start, 8th grade on up. There's no reason to wait. 8th grade on up. Well, anyway, uh, so let's see. The University Diploma guides state and national government in its entirety, controls the judge in its entirety, educates in its entirety, decides everything in its entirety, including the military, religion. Religion has to go to university and graduate, don't they? They get a diploma too, and they want a diploma. All of it is subject to review, and that doesn't mean good, bad, or different. All of it is subject to review. What is good, what is valuable, based on the evidence of life. Not guesses, not fantasies, not theories, life. So, is our nation or state better off today than it was? Universities have been in control for at least 50 years. Even though we the people own this nation, they took control away from us. And we can decide to take it back. We can use redress to guide our way into constitutionally protected changes that govern our democracy, because it is our government. The Constitution is our government. Our employees are not. Anarchists who want to destroy everything, life and earth, by playing God with everything, they say they can ignite a nuclear fire. Well, let them prove it. Let them prove they can control a fire which cannot be controlled. They can't do it, which means they don't want to deal with that issue. They want the money. They want the money. There's no point in saying they don't want the money. They want the money. That's what they're doing. That's what the experiments are about. They're not about creating. They want to be saviors. They want to be God. They want to prove they can control the sun. Of course, they cannot. And of course, now we have 130 major experiments all doing it because they figure that it's fairly safe. Because they figure they can just do what has already been done and not actually ignite a fire, but collect the money anyway. Because our employees, the government run by university graduates, will pay them anything they ask, because in fact they are the insurgency of an army against us. Terrorists who want to kill an entire world in a single instant of ignition, because it could happen. 1 second too late and we're all done. And of course they believe they're gods and sold us as slaves. We are their slaves. They don't pay us anything. It's counterfeit money. It's stolen money. Are you paid with stolen money? You're not paid with stolen money. You are given stolen money to buy stolen things, to buy, to change. Everything is stolen. Everything. So we have $2 million of currency per face. And what they do is they completely destroy the resources of the future with that. Take a look at your garbage mountains. Garbage mountains. Quadrillion tons of garbage and mountains of waste that you create, that they create, that they sell you with. Factories are great. Factories will do all of it. Factories are what we need. Mass consumption. That's the land. That's the future. But it is not the future. They claim to ignite fusion into a nuclear fire is satanic. Or more clearly, by the evidence of what they did do, we have suffered enough disaster for our nation, our world, or ourselves. Because they were in charge of the nation and drove it to unending by their choices, poverty and despair, and a constant state of extinction threatens us all, is the reality of what they did do. Having stolen from me and the entire nation by inflation, hidden from public view through media propaganda, the demand for an accounting this nation, this state of Illinois, with absolute open books and no allowance for lies. Or you go to prison for a long time if you do lie intentionally. The claim is currency over $700 trillion, which is equal to $2 million of currency divided equally per human citizen in this USA. $1 trillion is equal to $10,000 per each and every one of 100 million people before taxes are paid. That's the reality of it. Where is my money? Because you stole my security for your games. You betrayed us all with taxation hidden from view. inflation by counterfeiting currency is hidden from view is a tax. It's a tax. And it's a tax. It's an illegal tax. And that means we want our money back from all the government employees who stole it. You stole it, you're going to give it back. That's the plan. We're going to go and get it back. You betrayed us all with that taxation. You allowed taxation with tariffs without congressional start or approval by the House, which means that that is an illegal thing too. Our enemies of the nation self has a duty to defend us is without doubt errant in a culture of a cult. As you did for millions of other workers who are betrayed by greed and the selfish traders. The university diploma in charge of that currency in our nation for over 15 years. Now since Reagan and even beyond, the cult overthrows truth with pride. With pride, made life a game. Winners and losers. Well, the young will demand, why are we indebted for your claim of payment of over $100 trillion of debt? Why are we? Well, that requires an accounting to address where did the money go? And we do want it back too. No excuses allowed. If it did not fully provide for the nation, though it was strictly for the universities who took it all in the bribes they used to cover their denial, their crimes. Inflation is about the rise in currency, not the control of resources took over the crime of bankruptcy for state and nation. Our money, our lives, our future, our decision, not yours. Your employees. You're not people who own the nation. You don't own us. You're not king or queen. You are our employee. There's a very real difference. We are the owners. And that means unless you have a constitutional authority to bankrupt us all, it is a crime. And of course they did bankrupt us all. Stealing property and lies to sell it to themselves. Stealing property and lies to sell it and to destroy the nation by selling it off to foreigners. They destroy the future by selling off its resources, and destroy the world by refusing to deal with any problem that matters to life itself. Denying infrastructure play such games as let's go to Mars or more. We deny to the universities and their diploma every right to reclaim every purpose about what our own vote as a nation you're allowed to do. We need to take control. And you'll clean the refuse, every single bit dumped on our world, at your own expense. We will take from you as you took from us. No excuses allowed. Is that not fair? That would be fair. Returning the nation to a working reality where truth decides what we can and will do for ourselves. It is a massive task of absolute disaster, follows every single decision by the university diploma. We must work together or we die as a nation. That's the price of being wrong. Because of their terrorism, the betrayal of us all. Each state aligned with us, with its own truth of lies and tragedy, courtesy of university knows, and accounting in every single one to prove what is true. No liars allowed, as is the constant of COVID. Ensure they know prison waits, and few will be free ever again. Because we will hunt you down and for all the damage you caused as a cult, claiming to be God so you could make decisions that benefited only you. True law never needs to be changed. And we need to make our own law. Our nation, our choice, and remove the electoral college from constitutional law. No more buying the presidency. The public shut aside. No more voting for someone to vote for me on the laws I must obey. We will vote on the law of this land. Each citizen gets one vote. No more, or to prison you will go. Whoever makes the law rules the nation. Which means democracy demands that we the people shall now make our own laws. We are able, we are correct, we can do it. We can do it. We can make our own laws, ending the tyranny of power. As is, let's make them cry. Over us all by our choice, we will invite the world to participate in world law, the end of weapons of mass destruction, by making that law, by international policing to enforce that law, as we demand it will be. No leader, no nation on top. No excuses. Big or small, same law for all. None of it. Everybody is the same. No exceptions. We, the world, made the law. We, the world, will enforce the law. Nobody is exempt. Nobody is too high to be taken down. Nobody is too low. Same. Every nation, every leader, every life. But only leaders shall be targeted by international enforcement. You know, if we find that the military is attacked, we can deal with that one city at a time. Our nation, our choice to implement limited capitalism for justice and fair play to all citizens as is equal, as is fair. No changing the Constitution in all ways and means to do as the preamble of our Constitution decrees, to form a more perfect union. That's a realistic, justified, and fair thing to do. To control natural resources for all people as is consistent with the future we must protect. To end the claim of unions forever by removing the power of owners beyond what is fair, clamping down hard on the size of factories, the resultant loss of resources and everything about business or industry until justice for all is served, which does not mean claiming all are equal. We are not. It seems justified by truth, and a future life shall decide. De-weaponize the money is the actual purpose of that. De-weaponize it. How is that not fair? Our nation, our choice, to remove all influence of power over the judiciary and control them by grading their performance as benefits to state and nation and removing all those who fail us as a nation or state. It is our courtroom, it's never theirs. They made a claim that they did not own out of the Constitution. They are only there for good behavior. Beyond that, they're out. Our job and our duty is to ensure fair play shall be the establishment of justice, not power. We don't do that. To accomplish real-world answers, the judiciary shall be divided into those who literally can decide mechanical issues fairly, as well as other forms of professional yes or no questions to be dealt with. The same judge shall not deal with issues which he or she has no working knowledge of. We, however, by our vote shall evict those who fail us. Our Constitution says during good behavior only. And of course, that means we can decide. Our nation, our choice to decide on health care by choosing what shall be done and what shall not be done, distributing domestic tranquility as its price. Removing the claim of investors by establishing we are the owners here, not you. Having already paid for every building and all its equipment by the fraud of extortion extracted from the nation, no more control over the nation or medical refusal. The only security we have is a camera and a microphone shall watch over surgery, and whoever shall diagnose illness correctly shall be paid accordingly to reduce mistakes to a minimum. Hidden patients shall be displayed as a medical need. In other words, you can decide what is the best treatment for this patient, but you can't know who it is. And we can all decide that way. And if you make the right choice, you can be paid for that. So, the reality diagnosis is a collectible thing. Medical malpractice is limited to an intentional, which is criminal. Suing for payment is determined solely by society decides, not trial. We will determine the penalty and its cost, our nation, our choice. No more let the universities and their decide anything. No more. Life decides. Our nation, our choice to create a Bill of Rights is needed for public policing and military and any other form of invasion as can happen, which includes the disaster of puke and vomit by university on us all. As is called code. They made decisions, and we paid. A Bill of Rights informs each one of their own responsibility in matters of liberty versus freedom, to confront each other within the lines drawn by laws to enact to protect each other. It does mean there is a limit to freedoms claimed in these situations. as chosen by the people themselves, their police and their military and so forth, with a true Bill of Rights. Leaders lose their power to control the others. No more COVID response. We decide. And the law becomes real. Democracy is not a mass hypnosis or hysteria event. Democracy is by the evidence we will decide for ourselves. That's what democracy means. Our nation, our choice to take away the university diploma by removing it from their command entirely. Nobody gets a diploma unless they complete a national test. And that is not given by a university. And there will be consequences and problems with that, without a doubt. Because there are always power one trying to take control. But we can stop that. All right, well, we need public participation in everything. Do you want to just scream and say, I want you to do this? Or do you want to actually do something? Because your screaming didn't do anything. You've been screaming for 50 years and it ain't done nothing. And say, well, they give me some stuff, they gave me bribes, they saved me, they gave me money. But in fact, they did not. They counterfeited everything and refused to take responsibility for anything. That's the law of university decides. Foolish and blind. Just how it is. Anyway, unlike politics, which has proven a diploma is worthless, if we have a national, you can get a diploma, it doesn't matter if you had schooling or not. There's no schooling required to what you do or do not know. There's no schooling required for what I do or do not know. What we do or do not know should be evident in what we do and say. It's not a question of what you decide, it's a question of what is real in me or you. So, we take away the school. There is no school that gives you the diploma. There is only the truth of national decisions. So, we have to, our nation, our choice to remove the education from universities and give it to ourselves by replacing the lives which contain the youngest prisoners of the universities, or lost by their claim of ownership over everything, with real-world instruction that allows for the participation in the society immediately upon leaving public school, such as medical training begins at age 9 or thereabouts, and that all things related to truth and value by elders who are willing to commit time for instruction shall be done. In other words, you can't just house the children and make them your slaves. You have to actually teach them something, a fact that university does not do. The university education of public school is, you need a college education. There's nothing else in this world that will help you. You just have to be a college education, and you have to do exactly what you're told. You have to mimic and memorize exactly what you're told. You have to not think whatsoever, because you have to do what you're told. And if you do what you're told, then you get a diploma, and if you're a slave, you get a job. So that's your education of the moment. But no credit nor money will be given to the youth until they are 21 years old. Training lets you begin. It lets you begin to get a job. Reality itself is required to make you correct in what you do. Cannot compete without reality guiding the way. The evidence is liars lead today. But we have to actually commit to something that can be granted as work. People who actually train can be given work, and from that work they can be paid. A student who has learned what they need to know can be used for elder treatment in some degrees. As they progress, they can be allowed to train in the job itself. A lot of things need to change. Our nation, our choice to fight for our world and sustain life here on earth by the choices we will now make. It's not going to be sustained if we don't change things. There is no such thing. The reality of planes with burned ozone to ignite their fuel is a disaster of pure failure. Because we cannot replace ozone, and without it, radiation will take away everything. And their use is equal to roughly 1 billion BTUs of heat being released per every single flight, with 10 million or so flights, passenger flights a year. 10 million passenger flights with 1 billion BTUs released per each flight is a total of 1 million times a billion, or 10 million times a billion is 10 quadrillion BTUs of heat released. That's global warming. And of course, there are all kinds of things that contribute to global warming, but that is a big cause of global warming. In other words, get out of the damn plane. Stuck here on Earth, that's where you are. Stop the military from flying their planes. Stop the destruction of our entire planet. Make a different decision. And yes, the world is going to scream. We depend upon tourism, it's our money. But the end result is, it's your world. You want your world or your money. Because, without a world, your money has no meaning whatsoever. But that doesn't mean you're smart enough to make that decision. Nonetheless, it's a decision you have to make. We can't replace the ozone, and we certainly can't live without it on a planet that's overheating. So, out of the one tiny change, let's see. The very many universities have required to make realities that you don't want to make. There's, these are decisions that university has made. Decisions that pointed you to tourism, factories, mass consumption. That's what we need. But all of it is what people want, and all of it is what takes our world away. In other words, if you want to be extinct, all you have to do is keep on going. There's no problem. All you have to do is keep on doing what you do, and you will be extinct far sooner than you think could even be possible. You could die before this ever gets produced on to any ignition of a nuclear fire, a complete failure of life on Earth by genetic delusions. Whatever it is, your life is about to end. Your life is about to end. World catastrophe of war. They're going to use weapons of mass destruction. Kill 1 billion people. Still 8 billion more to go. 1 billion people gone. Still 8 billion more to go. That's only 1 out of every 9. 1 out of every 9 is 1 billion people. So, even you can understand the reality of it. It's a disaster of pure failure. University is God. Don't forget it. How dare you challenge anything? So says the court. Well, I say now or never. Do you want to be extinct, or are you going to save your world? You have to choose. Without ozone, every plant on the surface of this earth will die. Same as is global warming in excess, we all die. Same as is all of the things that university does, or the leaders have done. Because, the university diploma leads us all, and the leaders, therefore, are university diplomas. And, of course, we remove the blanket of university and erase that away, and all we have left are people. The people who make the decisions. But the people who have been indoctrinated by the university to believe that university is God. To believe they are the nobility, they are the superior ones. They get to make the decision for us. They are, masters of the slaves, and we are the slaves. But it's not so. Unless we let them continue. We don't have to let them continue. The constant of universities plague us with diseases against life, society, world, nature, child, living, health, existence, happiness, hope, love, truth, values, trust, respect, and more. It is the manipulation of facts by creating distractions or false information through media, by loading every claim with delusions of math or words in other foreign languages which the average citizen does not know. Therefore, you can't compete with what you don't know. If somebody talks in a foreign language to you, how are you going to answer them? Therefore, certainty of knowledge, which allows for a vote, requires that all information given shall be such where no person of average intelligence would be deceived or manipulated to believe. To ensure that is so, anyone who fails to deliver the message of truth to the public for dispersal shall in fact identify what is correct and true to the public in words they do understand, or be delivered to prison isolation until they know how to figure out how to deliver the message so that the people do understand. They can understand. I can explain different things to you, and they can too. They choose not to, because hiding it means you can't compete with them. And that just means it's like a different foreign language. Or math that you can't do. If you can't do it, you don't know how. Therefore, you can't compete. Make them compete with you. Make them. One way or the other. Distractions are not allowed. Called for testimony does not allow for any protections from the law. You will answer it correctly. Don't let them claim anything from the Constitution. That doesn't apply to people who are actually risking an entire world, risking all life, gambling with everything that we can have, our future. There is nothing for them to hide behind. Nothing. Nothing. You will take them to prison if they won't talk, and you will not let them out until they do. And if they lie, you will put them in the depths of prison where they will stay for forever. Just a beginning delusion, a beginning trip to hell for them, for Hades, or whatever it is that their fate is going to be. So, we have to call for a real testimony. And you have to understand nothing is hidden from you, or finding in you fraud. There will be no lies. As is consistent with common incarceration. There is nothing that cannot be explained to make the public understand. Absolutely nothing. Because in the real world, those who do understand can't explain it to those who don't, until all accept the truth. Belief is not enough. We must know. We must make the informed by truth vote. Removing the deadheads of university delusion and fantasy means no more studies. No university needs no more studies. Government needs no more studies, no more experiments, no more access to government, no more access to the military, no control over our lives, face, form, or any other participation beyond what a citizen is allowed. If you disavow the curse of human failure that is universities in our lives, particularly no more access of any kind to our currency, our government, our debt creation, labor, property, or anything else associated with living in this nation or this world, you are removed from all authority. You are removed from all authority. That's the university we're talking about. More correctly, the people we employ that have a diploma, that chose to incarcerate us in their being God. They're not God, and it's time they learn that in real form and real truth. All right, so, we will decide for you, just as you decided, nothing but threats of extinction and enslavement for us. A dead world, gambled by fools who believe they are gods. That's what we're looking at. The plague and pandemic of university failure is over. We the people decide now, by our vote. And we will determine what is a university can or will become in the prison of your containment or the removal of your extreme threat to our world. Well, no matter how much you believe that the university is God, they claim to be God. They claim they're the superior ones. They claim they're the expert. They claim they have to make every decision. They claim everything that they can possibly claim to hide the fact that they steal all our money and destroy our lives, basically, with their experiments. So, the university cult descent. You can't be a believer and not question the leader unless you are a cult. That's what a cult is. A cult believes the leader unerringly, no questions asked. Don't have to answer the question. The cult believes. That's a cult. And of course, they don't question evolution. They don't question anything. They don't question the fact that, what happens when you can't control a nuclear fire, what happens when nature is dissolved, any of it. They are a cult. And that's just the facts of life. So, they're responsible for every threat of extinction there is, basically, actual extinction. They're responsible for the curse upon this nation and this world, which is, a complete denial of reality. Want is all you need. Isn't that true? Isn't want all you need? Want is all you need. Want. All you have to do is want. All you have to do is believe. Reality doesn't matter. Want, that's all that matters. Right? Right? Well, that doesn't give you reality. Doesn't keep you alive. Only truth keeps you alive. That's the facts. Truth keeps you alive. Nothing else will. So, the universities are responsible for the assassination of every child by creating an economy that's built on mass consumption. Take a look at the garbage mountains. That's called mass consumption. It's called the death of every resource on this very, very finite planet by over 9 billion people wanting something more every day. And of course, greed keeps a lot of them from getting what they want. But if you got everything everybody got everything that you wanted, the world would be dead. So that won't work either. So all we have to do is, control, with limited capitalism, the people who want everything for themselves. In other words, we have to evict greed from our lives and let reality take over, as truth decides instead. They're rampaging over every resource, literally poisoning every source of water that we have. You just don't know. There's, the university here found a small aquifer, so they say, and they measured that carefully for I don't know how many years. And they say in this place of permeable soil and rain, that the aquifer recharges at a rate of 1 inch. In other words, the aquifer rises 1 inch from it would be a stable level for every 50 inches of rain. 50 inches of rain on top of the surface equals 1 inch of water in the aquifer. So you look at 9 billion people and how much really does enter the aquifer. And if you drain the aquifer entirely or partially, it will collapse because there's no water to hold it apart. And then you have no aquifer. So the idea that you're going to run out of water is absolute, it's certain, it's without a doubt, and it's real. And you're going to have massive people moving from one place to another, all claiming, give us your water. And of course the people who know that we don't have enough water for ourselves, you can't have ours. And then of course the apocalypse or war for water begins. That's what you face. And that's, there is no getting out of it. We have to understand what it is we need. You have to stop, wasting the water. You have to stop, everything that you do. You have to stop. Basically, it's just everything that you do. And that, of course, is, what leaders led you to do. They didn't do it on their own, though. You played a big hand in that. You want what you want. There's nothing else. It's just want. I want, I want, I want. But of course you're going to die for that. You're going to go extinct for that. You're going to kill off an entire planet of life for that. So anyway, selling out for your own gain, that's what university is, and that's what all the people who believe in universities do. Selling out for their own gain. Propaganda. There's been a lot of propaganda to incite violence against white people in this USA by black people. Go get them! Go get them! They owe you money. They enslaved black people back 200 years ago. Go get them! Well, they didn't do any more than, every other group of every other humanity around the world for the entire history of the world did do. Humans enslave other humans. That's the facts of life. The only reason it stopped is because there are machines to do it now. That's really the only real big thing. And of course, those who are incited to go violent, refuse to accept the idea that it is, in fact, the white people who came to the Civil War and fought to break you free and mutilated each other and died and died and died and died, and their wives were raped, and houses were destroyed and so on. And their whole existence ended because they came to war to free you. To free you. And of course, it wasn't the white people that sold you into slavery in the first place. It was the black people who wanted what they wanted in Africa, who sold you to slavery first. And it is the banker who actually created the Civil War, because they didn't want to lose their money. They refused, and since they control the leadership of every nation, they refused, and they went to war instead. Let them die instead. And of course, then they came in as carpetbaggers and to claim everything they could claim. But, that's just how men do everything. That's just the facts of life. All right, well, anyway, there are four hidden forces against the USA, lots of them. Enemies of this USA right here, right, deliberately trying to destroy our nation from the inside, because as pools do, their brain is dead. There's no thinking in university. I visited there a little bit, and there is no thinking in university. You accept and memorize and mimic what you are told, or you don't get to stay. There's no independent thought. It's memorize and mimic what you were told, or that's that. That's it. There's no other. They say, I'm the expert. You're nothing. I am right, like all religions do. All religions do that. Because, they can't work with, they have to be the one who knows everything. Because if they're not the one who knows everything, people go search for somebody who has an answer for them. And that's, of course, what divides religion up. So anyway, the rampage of counterfeiting our currency to create their own delusions of grandeur is basically over. Whether you like it or not, the numbers are dead. The attack on every form of independent business is dead. And then they've attacked it in every possible way. The tariff is certainly attacks today an intent to completely destroy independent business so they can give it to a foreigner instead, because a foreigner will think of you as our savior. You gave us our chance. You took away from those people and you gave it to us, as is war. It's war. It's war, it's war, it's war. It's just a different kind of war. It's a war for money. It's a war for grandeur. It's a war. And of course, traders have taken over government, because of course the university has taken over government. And that just means that the blanket, we want to remove the blanket that hides them behind their filth of lies and cheating and stealing and everything else, and we want to remove that. And we want to find out who individually are claiming to be God over our lives and are claiming to destroy ourselves, our traitors, in fact, and our terrorists and all of those things. We need to remove the blanket, erase university off of the limelight, and it is individual people who do this. Individual people who decide. Individual people who claim to be God and so on. We need to find out who they are. So, they attack our lives with weapons of mass destruction. Fear this. spirit. And we can change that with world law. We can remove the leader. You can keep the leader, you just don't give him the power to run a military. You can remove the control of money, that ends with limited capitalism. You can demand truth decides, that is, discards the fantasy of universities and their worthless sewage of delusions forever. Truth decides, you don't. There is no such thing as you are God. You are not God, you are just a plain stupid asshole. Because when the curtain is raised and reality is in view, those who claim to be our gods are only former classmates who are never superior to any of us. Never not. Ever. They are, however, the curse of death to our world. It's nature, and every living thing that exists as a true miracle of life. Every living thing is a miracle of life. It is creation. So we begin with their claim of fusion, which is they can force two atoms of hydrogen to become a helium atom. They can't. And they already proved that at Lawrence Livermore Labs in 2012. But anarchists and thieves want the money, power, and pride of continuing on, so they don't admit to that. Claiming they will do the impossible things with their experiment, which is to ignite sunfire and even control it. But they have no clue on how to control it. They're just going to ignite it, and they figure that it will just extinguish itself. There's no problem. It's just a nuclear fire. It's just like, an atomic bomb that will not stop. A fire is not an explosion. It's an atomic bomb that will not stop. So that's their claim. Discarding every law to scream, we know better. Discarding every value of living to scream, we don't have to worry. Gravity will extinguish a 1,000,000-mile-long flame. That's their claim, with enough radiation, extreme radiation, to melt us in a second or two. Even though they don't even know what gravity is. Filling textbooks with their fantasy, media with their illusions and delusions, claim elements unproven to exist, denying the realities we know that exist, and forming the cult of Satan, which intends to ignite an atomic fire on this planet. Alright, well, if you want to be incinerated, all you have to do is just keep letting the university do what it does. It's Hades on Earth. It's predicted end of life on Earth will be by fire. Guess what? Fire is coming. Fire is almost here. Who knows when that second will occur? You want to go ahead and be incinerated by live in Hades? Just because it's a 1,000,000-degree fire or whatever the hell degree it is, doesn't make any difference. What is life? And life is a force, and a force is not necessarily destroyed by fire. But that's a whole nother thing. No greater hate exists than to destroy an entire world. That's what universities do. And I don't, I can't begin to show you how many people claim Satan as their title, as their place of God, as their identity. But there are a lot of them. And they do all want a diploma if they don't have one. Because organized crime just isn't enough. Taking everything they can take isn't enough. That's what hate does. It's not enough to be hate. It's not enough to make everyone fear you. They have to be God. That's the plan. So anyway, that's only a small part of their intent to liquidate life on this planet with their big brain. They got a big brain, and it's proven cancer fools in charge. As begins experimentation with every single instant of ignition, if not before. So we acknowledge the truth of that by creating a moratorium to investigate the cost of their being wrong. A moratorium says, you can't continue now. You have to stop. And of course, the only way to enforce stop is to cut down the utilities, shut them completely off. No utilities whatsoever, ever. Force the military to go down and take them away. Shut them down. That's the only way you can be sure that there's no gimmick, nothing being tried until you actually go to court and make a decision. So we decide their place in our world according to what we find that is true. If they can prove that they can control fire, or they prove that evolution is true, okay, you can make a decision from that. But if they cannot prove any of that, then you best not just believe in lies anymore. It's up to you, but only truth survives. Anyway, what we find when we look at university as a group is extending beyond that. With mutilating nature, they're injecting chaos. That's a fact. They're creating biological weapons against us all, as with COVID. Destroying peace, as with weapons of mass destruction, poisoning life, polluting by the quadrillion ton, killing the ozone layer, overpopulation, which will eat us all alive, because there's nothing else to lose, so you got to be a cannibal to survive. And of course that doesn't last either. Refusing to sustain any form of life or living, as the oceans are dying, the habitats around the world, species extinction, all of that. Because everything and the entire fortune of this nation has gone into whatever the university wants. And none of it is beyond the fantasy of their delusions, other than weapons and failures of imagination designed to kill us all. The sewer fools called a judiciary denies the authority of a judge whether or not the university can kill us by what they do, claiming they are not the experts who can do that, claiming that the university must control themselves. Because we don't know what they're doing, and the judge doesn't know what they're doing, so they can't actually be required to prove anything. The universities are God. You don't understand, the universities are God. This is the United States of America, the universities are God. They are God. No, you don't get a chance to decide they're not God. They're God. That's what the plan is. That's what the university does. And they control the judiciary. And they pay the judiciary. And they deny the judiciary pensions and so on if they don't comply. So we must do it for ourselves, and that means, as with the sun, which they claim their intent is to bring here, that same fire, do you accept that sun fire, no matter what they call it, can incinerate you in this world? Take a look at the sun if you don't think it can. 94 million miles away, burn your skin in summer. By refusing to extinguish itself, what they claim is a 1,000,000-mile-long flame. It's supposed to extinguish itself. Going to ignite it. Whoosh! Well, maybe not. They were wrong, simple and no. Yes or no, simple as that. That's what you have to decide. Your judiciary refuses saying wrong means same fire, same result. Solar flares are measured separate from the sun at roughly 12 million miles long, and yet the judiciary cannot see that as subject matter, a risk to our world, a risk to our nation, a risk to our lives that they can intervene with. The university has to decide. So, they were worthless. But do you want them to gamble with the entire earth, your life and nature? The universities, that's who's doing it. People who run the universities. It's not just a diploma, there's millions of diplomas out there. They're not all doing it. It's just the leaders of the university. People who want the money badly. People who have been consumed with greed. So, your life, your nature, your world, is that for their risk or not? Because there is no escaping what wrong means, and that means that we stop the university and its cult Satan. As is, we can destroy this world. We stop them now. Or we accept the idea that being wrong means that we'll burn. That same fire, same result makes this earth the sun. So that's the price of being wrong. Puke and vomit of a university serpent, as it hides in the bowels of the U.S. government, feeding on its rats and creating the vermin of lies and cheating and disguised or diseased effigy of what America once was, destroying our nation, being the cursed took control and changed that to some degree of value into death for our world. Dig deep. Go ahead. Or they will escape into the sewer of their own filth. We have to make a decision to stop them. Or they won't. Life, as we all know it to be right today, is over. Because the simple truth of universities' leads is they have defeated us all. They have defeated us with their fraud and worthless fantasies and delusions of power. The fact that we are now 9 billion people means we no longer have the resources, the water, the food, the wood, the foundations, or the purpose of any labor that any other than human behavior that has been a constant of our lives on earth. Universities have defeated our ways of dealing with this earth, and we're stuck in the abyss of their constant want. That is the death of life on earth. But of course it's your want too, because you hire the people who say they'll give you what you want. That's what you do, and that's what you want. But the end result of it is that we are 9 billion people now, over double the population of 50 years ago, and that has changed everything. Not only does the university change everything with their experimentation, but we change everything with our very living, with our lives. We change it all. It's not going to change, it's not going to remain the same. Which leaves us all with a choice to accept what truth decides we can do for ourselves or die. And the world says, we do that now. But it's not true, because you do what you want to do. You believe what you want, and you refuse to do what truth demands must be done to save this earth. That's who you are. And that makes humanity a liar. At a minimum, survival says, truth demands that we will share the work, share the food, quit damaging nature, end all university experimentation, remove the weapons of mass destruction, and turn to world law with international policing by our own means of what is fair, along with limited capitalism, so that money is not a weapon anymore to be used against us all. That game too is dead. And the people scream, I just want to be happy, leave me alone. I want money, 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 money. That's what I want. But you can't have money, which means to make somebody else poor. That's what money means. It means that you are now a slave owner. You have enough money to make them do what you want them to do. But that too is dead. We are too many people for that. The university have created the delusion that truth does not matter. And fantasy everywhere. So life cannot survive on lies. And if we do not confront those lies, they will consume us all with extinction. Because only truth survives, even becoming eternal. Because truth identifies the law that will govern our universe, which means in the expanse of time, the foundation of everything is dedicated to thought and the reality of purity of how that form of life in life experience or expressed will exist, even in you. So, according to the body of time that we are, we have a limited amount of time to do whatever we want to do, and then that's it. Your time to choose, your time to move, is over. That's it. So whatever we do for this moment in time that we have on earth is going to decide what our truth is going to be. And we must accept that, this governs what our relationship with time is. Our decision, our truth, our moment of discovery of who we are. Our creation of who we are. Our decision for what is going to become our eternity, because only truth survives. So what is true will survive because it is true, and you can't change what is true. And what is not true will fade away. And of course there's always, the dissipation of truth into the vastness of nothing. And nothing is left, and you can argue for whether or not truth survives in its total as a life form, or whether truth dissipates and vanishes forever, or becomes ghosted and simply disappears. So, given that, people who believe that no truth is required for living claim to be gods because, they are what they are and they are all they need to be. But they are wrong. And to save our existence on this planet, literally to save our existence on this planet, we must remove the threat universities created. It's a blanket statement. Every diploma is not a threat to us. Every diploma did not, build a tragedy for us to experience. Every diploma is not that way. But there are certainly some hiding behind the cover of government, the cover of university diploma, the cover of whatever it is, healthcare, whatever it is. It doesn't matter, finance, whatever it is. They are a threat to us. So, we have to remove them. Or more correctly, we have to investigate them. And we have to understand what is or is not true about our life and about our future and about the risk to our world. It's not a game, it's real life truth. We are 9 billion people. 9 billion people. That's 9,000 groups of 1 million people each. So it does matter what you do, or it does matter what all of us do, because we all, the vast majority of humanity is that it functions as a herd. You all move together down the same road, in the same direction, making the same choices because you believe whatever it is you believe is all you need to do. And of course that isn't true either. The delusion of merit, the things that we believe, takes our world away from what, the fantasy of what it is you believe is true. Because they want what it is to be true, not because it is true. So the work asks deliberately, this work asks deliberately, because you gamble with our lives, our nature, our future, our world, and even our eternity, we must let truth survive, decide what survival will mean, and do it accordingly, or be enslaved by death or its extinction. That's the price of the university, the leadership, being wrong. And of course the point of leadership is that you don't have to make any decision for yourself. The herd just follows along. And believes it's going to be okay. Well, it's not going to be okay anymore because we are so many people on earth that everything that 9 billion of us do is a tragedy in some form or fashion. And of course, as tragedies mount, the end of life comes into view. Extinction of species, extinction of habitat, extinction of water sources, extinction of everything. So we have to make decisions. And the point of this lawsuit is that we, the people of this earth, demand your proof of reality to the university. Particularly in ways of, the geneticists who are adding chaos to nature. There is no good end to that. It's Armageddon. It's really Armageddon. It's nature in chaos. That's what they're creating. Claiming they're going to dry every tear, but of course what they're doing is they're going to dry every tear because tears won't matter anymore. It'll be too late to do anything. And of course, igniting a nuclear fire brings Hades onto our world, which is, the terror of eternal death, eternal war. You can't escape. And of course, igniting this earth into a sun would be that. And we're just not going to argue about whether or not life can be sustained in the fire or not. I don't care. So, who cares? At the cost of being wrong about things like igniting a nuclear fire affects us all. It's not just them, it's us. It's all of us. It's every life on earth. It's every future life on earth. It's everything. So we need to demand, or this lawsuit begins with the demand, prove to us how you will control an atomic fire once you ignite it. Because it is the single largest threat on earth. The single largest creation of world terrorism that's ever been released. There is no country, there is no nation anywhere in all of history that compares with trying to ignite sunfire here, because the cost of being wrong is the same fire, the same result. The sun takes over our world, our earth. We die in fire, as predicted, as biblically predicted. Whether you believe that or not, who cares? I don't care. Nonetheless, we own the legal right, the foundation of liberty and democracy and ownership of the nation called the United States of America for ourselves, to say, no, you can't do that. You can't risk our world, you can't risk our nature, you can't risk our child, you can't risk anything. You are not God. And we can say that to the university with absolute certainty. There is no issue about whether or not they're right or wrong. They are not God. End of the story. There is no discussion. We know that is true. But the judiciary says we are not the experts. We cannot decide this matter. We cannot contest with the university. The university is God. That's what they say. There's nothing about the university that the judiciary is allowed to do. Absolutely nothing. So, we have to make the decision for ourselves. And media, of course, is merely the propaganda means by which universities take control. They tell the media what it is that's true, and the media tells you what is true and what you're supposed to believe. And of course, if the university is wrong, so is the media, and so are you. But, a cult is a cult is a cult. And you can't question the leader of a cult, which is exactly what the court proves. They're cult members. They cannot question their leader. They can't do it. Otherwise, the cult throws them out. So we had to find enough people left on this earth to know how to think for themselves. They're damn few, but nonetheless, there's still some around who can think for themselves. So, if you can think for yourself, you need to be responsible enough to demand a redress of grievances so that we can investigate what is or is not true and remove the leaders who are risking all life on earth. And, they don't have any right to do that. Media was used to create the mass hypnosis, as was constant with COVID for a year. Or more correctly, the dead, who are, speaking through a living mass of sewage, cannot help you, even though the cost of being wrong is extinction, because you're a cult, and a cult has no brain. That's what it is. A cult has no brain. You are not allowed to think for yourself. You are not allowed. The leader decides for you, and the leader propagates what he thinks, or she thinks, or whatever it is that this tiny little group thinks, through media, to tell you what you believe. You don't believe anything beyond the media, you don't believe anything before the media, you're just, media puppets, I guess, fools, whatever you want to call it. Stupid, for sure. Nonetheless, we can and we must decide for ourselves. Redress of grievances says that we have the legal right as owners here to do that. So if you want to be a leader of the world, you need to step up and prove that we do in fact have constitutional right to redress of grievances. You need to enforce that. So the people that are worthy to gamble with life itself, or even our entire world, the cost of being wrong is an eternity called hate. The earth is on fire as the sun. That's your focus. Is that something that you're willing to risk? Is it? Because that's exactly what they're risking. You cannot. I thought throughout the time for 50 years that was enough for you to consider, but it wasn't. But consider that we can't survive the overpopulation. Can't survive the loss of water. We can't survive 1,000 different things, all of which we are faced with. So we need to stop all that. We need to take account, real world, real life account of what is or is not true, and the cost of being wrong. The foundation of life is you cannot kill us with the religion of your cult. That should be your statement to the people who are in charge of this United States of America. You can't kill us with your belief, with your religion. You have to throw it away. You have to give us some indication of what it is that we are democracy. We have a right to make a decision for ourselves. Belief is not enough. Truth must decide what is or is not real. Respect for our world, respect for life, respect for nature, must rule us all. And the fact that I have to tell you that says volumes about your stupidity. It is a failure beyond mention, really. Anyway, the universities will demand of me, as will many others, that I am nobody. I am nobody. Take a look at me. Do I look like somebody? I'm not. I'm not. I don't even have a big university diploma. I searched a little bit and found that they didn't have anything to teach that I wanted to learn. And then, of course, they all want massive amounts of debt and so on. But nonetheless, I don't have a diploma. But that doesn't mean I'm not educated to some degree. And that doesn't mean they're right if they do. But nonetheless, I'm not the question. I'm not threatening you. I'm not risking your life or your world or your future or your child or anything. I'm telling you that there are people who are. I'm telling you that the idea of people who want to ignite a nuclear fire on this earth, on this planet, people who are in fact injecting all of nature with chaos, are going to create problems that will cause our extinction. You should be able to understand that. You should have a brain that works enough. If you have a brain that is as capable as a mouse, if you have a brain that big that's actually working, you should understand that we cannot ignite the same fire that is on the sun here and expect to live. How is that not realistic to you? How is that, a failure? They're going to try to distract you with any kind of number of things with, wait, and all that. But they, 1 second too late and you're dead. So I'm saying as a member of life on earth that we cannot let these people be wrong. Yeah, I'm not leading you. You're not going to say to me that everything is your fault or whatever it is that you do. And I'm not giving you whatever it is you want. Because, want is what brought us here. And want is what is going to die if we're going to survive. It doesn't matter what you want. We are 9 billion people on Earth. 9 billion. 9,000 groups of 1 million people each, all demanding food. If we take just the amount of food we need for the day and run it out for a lifetime, that's a 100 quadrillion pounds of food or something. We're not going to do it. There's no way that the future is not extinct because of what humanity chose. There's none of it. Or the leadership of university that led humanity to believe that they can get away with whatever they want and throw it all away, as is the constant of this nation. You throw it all away, and taught the world to do the same. Of course, they're very easy to teach. But the garbage mountains are everywhere on this very, very finite planet. With ocean life in jeopardy and habitat in jeopardy and every living thing on Earth. It's a chain of life. One thing depends on this and this and this and this and this. And of course, which part of that don't you understand is part of your existence. So which one do you kill? And then that means you die. Anyway, We can't let these people decide what our future is. They have already proven that they're willing to risk the entire world on their belief that they can be God. We have to stop them. The universities are gambling with all life and our entire world. They believe they're God. The only God they can be is Satan, the destroyer of a world. Or you can call him the Antichrist as well, because Jesus came to save the world by showing it choices between love and hate, and whereas the universities are the complete destroyer of the world, choosing everything that actually ends life on earth. They're poisoning the water. They're doing everything possible to destroy life on earth. And that doesn't mean all of them. It just means that behind the blanket of university or government or whatever that description is, healthcare, there are evil people lurking and doing what they can to ensure that hate takes over your world. That's their choice. And we can, say it is their choice, let them have their choice or whatever it is, but the end result is, they're affecting our world. So wrong is extinction. No second chances. You can't go back in time and say, well, we'll put that fire out. It's like a forest fire, only 4 million times bigger. You're not going to put it out. We have to stop them before they ignite it. And we have to stop them before they completely destroy nature, and we have to stop them before there's no water to drink and so on. Truth is truth, and it cannot be changed. So we need to prove what is true. We need to choose not to gamble with our life and world. We need to stop the risk of extinction. We own the right to decide for ourselves as a nation of democracy. If we let you do it or not is our choice. It's not yours. And of course, there's more information at www.jamesfosterber.com, and you can see how to spell it on this site. So the people say no one has a right to threaten our lives, nature, or future. A moratorium on all experimentation that is or could be a danger till we decide is the proper course of action. No government official has a right to bankrupt us all either or other. So the end of this particular lawsuit, or the purpose of this particular lawsuit, is to let's have a true discussion, a true accounting of what is wrong in this United States, and there's a lot wrong. And we need to know what is true, and then we need to make our own decisions beyond that point. And as far as the filing of this goes, and then the constant or the extreme amount of words that are used here, the reality of it is that in a courtroom, you're only allowed to stay within the filing words, the initial filing words. You cannot go beyond that. If you don't bring it up at the beginning, you don't get to discuss it later on. So I've brought enough information to say our entire nation, this entire state of Illinois, this nation, even the world itself is in trouble, and we need to discuss it all. We need to throw out the university and let truth decide, not fantasies and delusions and expectations and theories and imagination and all the damn sewage that they produce. We need to actually go back to the truth, respect life, and make a decision for ourselves. Not them, us. This is a nation of liars, traitors, thieves, cheats, whores for money, terrorists, cult of Satan worshippers. That's what the universities did for us. And the reality of that truth is that it's filled government with the diplomas that have changed everything. There is nothing here that is true democracy. They're trying to enforce communism on us all. And communism means that only a tiny few kings or queens get to decide everything. Their claim of expertise, their claim of superiority, is the claim that they get to decide, we don't have a say. But of course democracy is that we the people have a say. So you get to choose. Do you want the university to decide everything for you? such as let's ignite a nuclear fire, or do you want to say, no? I think it's clear, at least to me, that I want to say no. So the reality of the truth is that, filled with government by diplomas only are allowed in there, and the consequences of these things allow for them to create delusions and fantasies of word and propaganda and media to influence the believer in it as always. Truth doesn't matter. That's their claim. Truth doesn't matter. They don't have to pay with reality. They can counterfeit. Numbers are all we need. And that's exactly what they've done for the last 50 years. Anyway, constant lies and theories without foundation beyond their own imagination. Science has no reality in their claim of how the sun works. They call it imagination. They cannot see within a million-mile-long flame. They can only guess at what is underneath that flame as a sphere that provides the fuel for the fire. They claim it's not really fuel, it doesn't really burn anything, it's just there, it's all magic. Well, it ain't magic. Well, they destroy the law and reality of everything that the sun is, that we know is the sun, such as thermodynamic laws. They don't accept any of that. They don't accept anything real. It's all actual imagination. And you can look at me and say, well, he hasn't got a diploma. But the universities don't have a diploma either. They have their own imagination, their own theories, but they have no proof of any kind. You have to use your brain to actually understand how the sun works. And they don't use their brain, they use their imagination. And there's an enormous difference between imagination and the actual truth of what decides by law and evidence. Nonetheless, it still comes down to a legal critical question of our redress is make the universities guarantee to this world that nothing they experiment with in nature or world or anything is going to cause you harm. Make them prove it beyond a doubt, because wrong means that you're dead. So how will you control, or how will they control the fire they intend to ignite that burns atoms? Everything is made out of atoms. So that means everything is fuel. Same fire, same result as the sun. And of course that means all life is incinerated, even you. So in these, which then it requires this lawsuit to enable the definitions of law that will not be defeated by lies, or only the religious, zealot demands obedience to their definitions of imagination, want or no claims of fantasy. Truth decides for the vast majority. Will decide and recognize by their vote what we want to risk. Do you want to risk our entire world with extinction? That's the state of the universities in charge. Do you want the world to risk your life, to risk your world, to risk your child, to risk your everything, to risk your future on their decision to ignite atoms on fire or mutilate and change all of nature, saying that evolution will just take something else. We can play God, we just have to figure out how to make it die. And that's exactly what they were trying to do. But we don't want to limit ourselves to that. And so this is a lawsuit filed that goes beyond that, so that we can see that there are endless amounts of trouble, endless amounts of problems in this United States because of the university. The university made all these decisions. They made all the tragedy and chaos, and their expertise is what we're dealing with right now. The claim of war, all of it. Nonetheless, all right, so we're going to have a lesson in physics, actually. This is a part of the first filing at the court. To assume or to predict a change in philosophy or an alternate decision to whatever it is that the universities have decided. And of course, the universities predict everything about a nuclear fire based upon an atomic explosion. But an atomic explosion, or any explosion, is not the same as a fire. How is that not true? Everything that they say about the sun is based upon the atomic bomb, and the sun is not an atomic bomb. It is, in fact, a nuclear fire. That we know that the energy that is released is equivalent to what an atom would release, and we know that nothing in the universe that we have any understanding of produces the same amount of energy that the sun does, other than an atomic fire. We know it burns the bond in atoms. Even if the universities will not admit to that, we know that's true, that's the law, that's the reality, that's, the evidence of what we have to work with. And they say instead, it's all magic. And they say gravity is all magic. And they say, well, it's made of gravitons, 15 times bigger than a lead atom. It's magic. Because there's no proof of that at all. At CERN, they look at another tragic experiment of human existence that is in France, regardless of what they are. So we know the sun releases energy by burning fuel. We know that energy is not released unless it is burning something. Something is changing, in other words, from one state of matter or one state of existence to another state of existence. That means it's burning fuel. Or that's what fuel is. So we know that because we feel the heat of its radiation 94 million miles away. And we know the reality that fuel being used up exists because nothing else, nothing less can bring it here. There is fuel being used by the sun. And that fuel is a nuclear fire. So the sun burns the bond in atoms to release its heat and radiation. We know that nothing less than an atomic fire can produce the heat found in the solar system. It is similar to burning the molecular bonds in chemicals fires that we know. But that just releases elements. Instead of releasing the forces inside an atom, it releases the elements that electrons hold different atoms together to create different kinds of things, to create complexity. So, their science claims that an atomic bomb releases 4 million times more energy than a molecular fire or a chemical fire, which means that a candle flame turns into a fire that's 62 miles high. Think about that. 1 second, it's a 1-inch flame, and the next second, it's 62 miles high. So they think they're going to control that. Well, they think they don't have to control that. They think there's not enough gravity here, so that 62-mile high flame will just whoosh out into the outer atmosphere and extinguish itself. Of course, if they're wrong, we all die. That is the cost of being wrong. So the sun cannot burn with high heat in its center. That's what they claim. They claim the sun is a tremendous furnace inside itself. It's burning like the nuclear mass that's inside our Earth and creating heat there. But that is not a nuclear fire. That's a fusion or fission event. It's kind of like a nuclear power plant does, and that heats our planet. But they're very, very different because the law of thermodynamics does not allow for a extreme high heat event inside the sphere that would be the sun on the inside. Thermodynamics means that heat requires room and expands accordingly. Just like a flame rises off the fuel of a candle. It doesn't sit there on the fuel. It sucks fuel up into the flame, which is above it. That's because thermodynamic laws require an expansion of that heat, as is the flame itself. And so our sun is, the actual heat or the actual flame doesn't touch the sun. It sucks the fuel up into the fire. Excuse me. So anyway, there is no such thing as the sun being entirely on fire on the inside, or it absolutely doesn't exist. Because if it did, all of the fuel that is required to create the heat that we experience 94 million miles away would be burned up in a very, very short time. You know how that is. You can, weed out or suck out a little bit of gas in your car. It goes a long way. But if you take all the gas in your fuel tank and just blow it up in an explosion, it's all gone and you're not going to travel anywhere. So, the fuel is, it burns fuel. How can you doubt that? It burns fuel, the sun burns fuel. And the consequence of that is that it follows the laws that we understand to some degree. The university doesn't, because they have an imagination. They believe that an atomic bomb is somehow the same as the sun. It's not. All of their math, all of their illusions and delusions and theories about how the sun operates is built upon the idea that it's just a nuclear bomb. That's what it is. Only it's not releasing any energy. It's not releasing any fuel. It's not using any forces. It's just a magic thing. That's the university in a nutshell. And of course, they're wrong. They're just plain wrong. So the consequences of what invades the boundary line of an atomic or a molecular environment and shakes it with radiation. If all the fuel is being burned at once from its known source, then the fire doesn't last. We know the sun does last. We know that it's been here operating, and we know that it's heated our Earth for at least 10,000 years. We know that. We have recorded history to prove that. Been around at least 10,000 years. So there's not a lot of fuel sources that'll last 10,000 years. Is there? It's not. The sun is not made of hydrogen, as they claim. That's the ash cloud. All they can see from a spectrogram of the sun is the ash cloud that escapes the fire. And the smallest, fastest thing that can possibly escape the fire is hydrogen. So that is the majority of what escapes the fire. And so the actual sun itself is made out of something entirely different than hydrogen, as is constant. You can't claim the fuel source is hydrogen, is the lightest element. It just doesn't work. Nothing about that is real. So, and if it was fusion, the claim that two hydrogen atoms are being forced into a helium atom, where is the damn helium at? The helium does not exist coming off of the sun in any kind of numbers that would indicate this is what's going on. It doesn't happen. It doesn't exist. And so, they claim that a graviton is what draws the things, a big, big atom. But of course, that doesn't exist either. They can't prove that. And they can't prove, like CERN has claimed 4 or 5 different elements exist that didn't exist before, but it's just a little blip on a computer screen that they claim. They do not have any real world actual evidence of any of those. None of it. Just a blip on the computer screen. And that doesn't account for an element. That is just a lie. So, what we have are atoms are not magic, as declared by the university science. They're not magic. They don't know where the energy of an atom comes from. But I do, because we know that the physical force physical force of energy that is released from an atom, as is evidenced by an atomic bomb, is very large, and the only place that it can be found is in the spin of the mass of a proton inside the atom. That mass is spinning at velocities higher, much higher than the speed of light, and we can get to that in a whole different issue, but for now we're not going to deal with it. But anyway, it's spinning, and the neutron is the containment of that spin. So it's just like a top. The mass is like a spinning top, which will, wander off into who knows where. But the neutron holds it in place, and the electrons will surround that spinning mass, create electricity and what have you that we use to actually create time. The electrons, bleed off a teeny little bit of energy from that spinning mass, and that's what time is just that energy that causes motion. So anyway, we know that a spinning mass contained within a vacuum environment. The neutron creates an actual microscopic little environment of its own that allows that spin to go on without any interruption. So atomic energy is the energy of that spin, and the neutron is the example of dark energy, or the opposite type of energy, so that it holds the spin in place. And in other words, that energy of dark energy, which holds the proton spin in place and keeps it moving, that energy has to be a little bit more than the energy of spin. Has to be a little bit more, otherwise the energy of spin will just escape. And then we have nothing to base time on. That energy has to be controlled. And it is controlled by dark energy, which is a little bit more, and that is the basis of gravity. The fact that there's a little bit more dark energy or spin means it pushes out, and dark energy means it pulls in. And of course, that extra little bit of neutron that's available to hold that spin together is where gravity comes from. Not solar gravity, but gravity is on this earth. And that's how come a bigger mass has more neutrons, and therefore it has more gravity. So atoms are not forced together to create new atoms, as is the delusion of cold fusion. That just doesn't. It's an absolute lie. It's a fantasy. As Lawrence Livermore Laboratories proved in 2012. They actually did experiments with their machine,